Everyone, I'd like to call the meeting to order. First off, are there any disclosures of interest? Seeing none, we're going to have a couple of delegations first, but just a few rules for tonight. Thank you for the, after the delegation, we're just going to refrain from debating. So the first delegation, I'd like to welcome Kevin Ananides, Chair of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Kevin Antonitis. I'm the current chair of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation. I'd like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity tonight to address the Mayor, Council, and staff regarding the great news of the redevelopment of a new West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. On behalf of the Foundation, I'd like to thank Mayor Jeff Jordan, CAO Harry Schlang, and the entire Council for their ongoing efforts of supporting this project and their leadership in making this dream a reality for the residents of West Niagara. The total funds received for the initial campaign, including investment income as of November 2019, is $10.2 million. These funds will remain in trust until we have our new hospital. As part of the Stage 2 planning process, the government requires evidence of local financial commitments through letters, motions affirming this commitment. The timetable for submission is summer 2020. Again, I'd like to recognize and thank the town of Grimsby for their past commitment to a new West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. We look forward to the next few years and to partnering with you in achieving our new hospital. This is a great opportunity for our three communities and the region of Niagara to come together for betterment of healthcare for everyone in West Niagara. I've also passed out a brochure just kind of giving a snapshot of the new hospital as it sits today as far as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions from the floor? No, seeing none. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the delegation from West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation Incorporating, thanking the Mayor and Council for their support, be received. All in favor? That's carried. Next delegation, we have Susan Manuel on the 2020 budget from GDAC. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of Council. As a resident of Grimsby and member of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, I would like to take this opportunity tonight to voice my support for the 2020 budget proposal for the addition of both the Economic Development Officer and Communications Resource as members of our town team. I'm relieved to see that these two important roles might now have the potential to be part of the foundation of our working structure in Grimsby, as they currently exist in communities across Niagara. I also realize that this is not a final budget. Therefore, I appreciate your time in allowing me to provide, in my opinion, the importance of the two roles. Economic development. Economic development is a process of targeted activities and programs that work to improve the economic well-being and quality of life of a community by building local wealth, diversifying the economy, creating and retaining jobs, and building the local tax base. An economic development officer has the potential to positively impact the future of our economy in Grimsby. The following are 6 of the key benefits this role would facilitate on our town team. Number 1, job creation. An economic development officer would provide critical assistance and information to companies that create jobs in our economy. They would help to connect new to market and existing companies with resources and partners necessary for expansion. Number 2, industry diversification. A core part of economic development works to diversify the economy, reducing a region's vulnerability to a single industry. Potential opportunities to diversify in areas such as innovative technologies and digital media, life sciences and healthcare, advanced manufacturing and business services. Number 3, business retention and expansion. A large percentage of jobs are created by existing companies that are expanding their operations. Number 4, economy fortification. Economic development helps to protect the local economy from economic downturns by attracting and expanding the town's major employers. Number 5, increased tax revenue. The increased presence of companies in our town translates to increased tax revenue for community projects and local infrastructure. And number 6, improved quality of life. Better infrastructure and more jobs improve the economy of our town and raise the standard of living for its residents. In summary, municipalities control their own destiny. Economic development is a critical component that drives economic growth in our economy, creating higher wage jobs and facilitating an improved quality of life. Creating and sustaining jobs for our town is a critical component to a successful economy and community. It is incumbent upon communities to remain attractive places that can stimulate new economic opportunities through all sorts of economic cycles. Communities that are intentional in supporting their businesses have better economic and social results than those that don't. Economic development programming is a prime example of how elected officials and communities can support their businesses. A proactive approach to helping businesses and entrepreneurs also directly helps our communities as a great place to live, work, and play, now and into the future. In my opinion, this is a critical role on our town team, and I urge Council to approve the budget expenditure currently part of the 2020 proposal. The second role, communications resource. The first guiding principle for the town of Grimsby's new strategic priorities is we build trust with our community through meaningful communication, transparency, leading financial management, and responsive service. A communication resource role on the town team is critical to the delivery of our first guiding principle. Without a dedicated resource responsible for the development and management of a town communication strategy and branding, including timely and effective management of communication channels, the efforts of the full team fall short of the potential success of the town's efforts. I believe the communication services document submitted by Mr. Schlang and presented at the February 3rd meeting effectively outlines how critical the communications role is, and the area currently not supported, and the area is currently not supported without this key resource. Therefore, I will not attempt to duplicate the efforts already taken. The primary purpose of a communications resource is to inform and promote the town, its brand, its people, its mission, and effectively connect with and engage its residents and businesses to build a strong community and partnership. I believe each of you can imagine how much more effective your efforts and those of the full team would be in the support of this important business partner, and encourage you to ensure that it remains a part of the final budget. I appreciate the opportunity to provide my feedback for the two positions currently under review, Economic Development Officer and Communications Resort, for our 2020 budget. I'm very hopeful that you will see the value in moving forward with both positions and the positive impact that they would provide to the future of our community and ability to meet the town's strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Susan. Are there any questions to the presenter about the presentation? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the delegation from Susan Manuel regarding the 2020 budget be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the staff presentation. Welcome, CL Schlang. With the presentation, we're going to have a full presentation without interruptions with questions. After the presentation, we'll just have clarification questions, and then debate will be done during the full council consideration. Welcome, Mr. Schlang.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the public. It is indeed our privilege on behalf of Team Grimsby to provide this budget to you. It's really been a team effort across the finance team, the library, Parks and Rec, Public Works, IT, finance, of course, and fire. Everybody has really contributed to this. We really worked together as a team. We had several meetings, some off-site, to look at this more holistically and how we approach our services to the town of Grimsby. Throughout the presentation, it'll be basically done by myself. I'll be doing the first bit, a little bit of looking at the past decade, talking about Council's great work in developing strategic priorities in a really quick time. And then Stephen will talk about the numbers, the base budget, the hospital levy, the infrastructure levy, and so on. And then Sarah Sweeney is going to be presenting some key amenities that she wants to talk to you about and we're proposing in this budget. So the three of us will be conducting this. Of course, we're going to talk about the capital, the water and sewer, And then we're going to do a summary on the impact on the tax bill, as well as some of the community engagement we've done to date, to just give you a bit of a what those indicators are saying, and then the conclusion. So basically, what is a budget? I find in municipal world, too much is focused just on the numbers, just on the budget. But really, it's a planning tool to get results. It's to take your aspirations to implementation. And that's really the way we've looked at this budget proposal. We've also added some new features to this budget. We're talking about a base, but we really defined your council strategic priorities into new and enhanced services. You also had some council resolutions and requests prior to and after your strategic priorities that we've costed out. And then, of course, we've added some public safety and community amenities that we, as staff, felt were important for you to consider in this budget. We've also extended our forecast to 2021, 2022, which is a first for the Grimsby Council. We've also, I wanted to take a look at the past, and I think this is really important. The region at the time prior to 2020 and the school board made up about 75% of the Grimsby resident and business property tax bill. So the region made up about 75%. In 2008, there was a strategic move done by the government, the Liberal government at the time, to start to upload some of the social services. In 2008, 2009, many municipalities were saying we have a huge infrastructure gap. And province, you downloaded these social services to us in the past in the Harris government, and we really need to, you need to take that back and allow us some room to address our infrastructure gap. So that started to happen in 2008. So where the region was passing on major space for Grimsby, the town of Grimsby, to leverage, the town of Grimsby did not take advantage of that. In 2010, 2011, 2013, 14, 15, 16, when the region was zero. And it was a conscious effort by me as a CAO at Niagara Region to make sure we provided space for the town of Grimsby to address their infrastructure gap and move to new and enhanced services. The town did not do that, and if you look at over the last 10-year period, your average property tax bill was at about 1.25% combined. And that didn't even meet your inflation requirements, which were above that at about 1.71. So you weren't adding new services. You had room to do it. Other municipalities did do it. The town of Grimsby chose not to do it. So, and that's sort of the story of the past. When we look at reserves, so remember in 2008 when the Liberal government made that change for uploading social services, this was a time to address the reserves and your infrastructure gap and bring them up. The town of Grimsby line, if you look at the red line, went down and went in the opposite direction. You actually reduced reserves by almost 30% in that time period when the province and the region was allowing room for you to increase that. That line should have been going the opposite way, and it went down. So this is the reality that we're facing in this budget proposal. If the thing was to make sure that Grimsby was affordable, the town of Grimsby did a fantastic job at that. And this slide really shows that if you're looking at $100,000 of assessed residence or business, the town of Grimsby was at about $252 and was actually 52% below the average. And that's based on property tax per 100,000 of assessment. So this is a real apples to apples comparison, that we were far below the average. And so that was seen as you know, through that time period when many other municipalities were taking advantage of that room, the town of Grimsby chose not to, but did provide a very affordable property tax bill from that case. When you look at it, when you add the income, like in Grimsby, the family income is a bit higher than the rest of the region, along with Niagara Lake and Pelham. When you look at affordability to your income to as a percentage based on your property tax and water and sewer, you are the lowest in Niagara at 4.1%. So again, the strategy to not move on some of the property tax in those 10 years, the strategy to use reserves to offset some of your taxes in that time period did create a very affordable environment for the town of Grimsby. And you combine that with the changing demographics in Grimsby. So what's hitting us all at this time? And Grimsby's going the opposite direction than the most of Niagara. Your biggest population growth is in families, is the 30 to 39 range. So that's families, usually with children looking for some amenities. You're still growing, we're still growing on the senior level, but not at the same pace as the rest of Niagara. We're at about 19%. But it's a much more active seniors base. They're looking for different types of amenities in the Grimsby side. So, I mean, and you look at our average age, it's well below the Niagara regional average at 42.3. So not only now you're having more of a demand on some of the services and more of a demand on different types of services, more diverse population are moving here. So that pull and push is on our community to provide those amenities. When you look at your construction value, it's doubled over the last year. So growth is continuing to hit Grimsby. So that combination of the demographics and the growth does put a push and pull on our services. And that's why we're saying this is the time to invest in this budget. When you look at council accomplishments, you know, for financial sustainability, a great job on selling the biodigester. You've done some great work on restructuring the organization to allow us to do more with the same. We've added some resources at the same cost. We've also modernized or going to modernize some of the governance structure. But probably the biggest one here is that you did start in 2019 budget to tackle that financial sustainability. You did come up quite a bit over previous years. So you already started to recognize the fact that we had to not play catch up and actually leapfrog the competition. So you did start to make a move on that. But probably your biggest accomplishment, and something I've never seen, this is my 11th council, is how fast you got together and united on some direction for this organization and for this community. You did this in less than 100 days. You developed some guiding principles, 7 major themes and 22 objectives. And that is really the force that has allowed us to present the budget that we have to you. We want to make sure that you're successful in your council term to deliver on these commitments to the community. And this was a real turning point, I feel. It's the first time I've worked with Stephen's been here 18 years. It's the first time he's seen council provide this type of direction in 18 years. So this really does help us, and you're going to see some of that costed out as we move forward in the agenda. So now I pass it over to Steve to talk about the budget numbers, and then Sarah Sweeney will come on a bit later.
Thanks, Mr. Schlang. Good evening, Mayor Jordan, members of council. Before I begin, actually, let me turn on my computer. Before I begin, I'd also like to reiterate and thank council and staff members for helping prepare this budget. As Mr. Schlang said, we came together as a great team. We met on a number of occasions and really pulled together, helping with all sorts in putting this package together. I also want to have a special thank you to members in the finance department, Sonia Bovan and Noreen Broom. I couldn't have done this. We couldn't have done this without you. So thank you very much. So base budget. What do we got here? We're looking at, when we put the base budget together, we're looking at best-in-class financial management. As I mentioned, there was unprecedented teamwork. I've never seen teamwork like this before in preparing a budget. We've faced some pressures on the base budget, and we are now looking at things a little bit differently. So the base budget. Throughout the presentation, so first of all, what is the base budget? The base budget is basically the 2019 budget adjusted for inflation. It maintains 2019 service levels. It's a budget that keeps the lights on. It does not include any new services unless otherwise approved by council previously. The base budget is mainly comprised of your typical operating expenses like salaries, materials, debt charges, and utilities. On the slide, you can see how much broken out by the dollar each department currently contributes. So you can see that Parks and Recreation is 24 cents, Public Works 22 cents, and Fire 15 cents, making up the bigger portions of the pie. Throughout the presentation, I'm going to be making reference to the tax bill impact. So the tax bill impact. So the total tax bill is shared amongst the town, the region, and the school boards. You'll be sort of familiar with this concept, as Councillor Vane has many times mentioned about what is the overall tax impact on the tax bill. Grimsby shares 28% of the total tax bill. The region represents 57%. So for every 1% increase in the town's tax levy, it amounts to roughly 28% increase on the total tax bill. I'm sorry? 0.28. What did I say? 28. Oh, jeez. Yeah, not quite. So the base budget. There were some pressures in 2020. We maintained existing services, as I mentioned. The average annual rate of inflation in 2019 was 1.95%. Year over year, ending December of 2019, it was 2.2%. We absorbed an extra pay period in 2017. There would be 27 pay periods. That amounts to about $400,000, $200,000 of which is being absorbed. We've added in some key competencies. So we've added in a manager procurement, a deputy clerk. And we took a closer look at our revenue projections to ensure they were realistic, and we adjusted them both upward and downward as necessary. So we normalized our revenues. And then, of course, there's growth. The town grew. Assessment growth in 2019 was 1.7%. Oh, first of all, I should go back and I should mention, so the base budget came in at 2.2%, and that is reflected at a 0.62% impact on the overall tax bill. The hospital. So as part of Council's strategic priorities, this is reflected in the goal of providing adequate and quality amenities to serve Grimsby's growing population. The initiative here is to continue to support and advocate for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. So what we definitely want to do here is to demonstrate that Grimsby is fully committed to the redevelopment of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. The new hospital provides benefits, provides healthcare close to where people live, allows Grimsby residents to age in place. In other words, they can remain in their homes as they grow older. Sorry?
Just got you some water.
Sure, thank you. A new hospital will allow Grimsby to attract and retain top physicians and nurses in the community. And of course, the new hospital will act as a catalyst for economic spin-offs. So back in 2000, the 2000 hospital campaign, there was an estimated project cost of $25.15 million. The West Niagara share was about roughly half of that at $12.5 million. When I say West Niagara, I mean Grimsby, Lincoln, and West Lincoln. The 2020 campaign, so we have an estimated project cost now for the hospital at $200 million with a West Niagara share of $60 million, which is actually 30%. So actually, even though the dollar value went up, the actual percentage share of West Niagara actually went down by 20%. So the overall investment, what we're looking for in 2020 is $200,000, which represents a 1.6% on the tax levy, or approximately half a point on the overall tax bill. So time frame for the hospital. Council will be required to provide, if they want to continue, if they want to support the hospital, to have a resolution approving their commitment by May of 2020. These are estimated timeframes. I also want to add. January 2023 is estimated for the construction to commence on the hospital. June 2024 is when the town's contribution will have to be advanced to the hospital. That's 6 months before construction is finalized. Again, these timeframes are tentative. So how do we pay for this? In the chart, you can see that the town's estimated share of the total cost is $12 million. And I've devised a plan that will limit the amount the town borrows while keeping tax increases to a minimum. So what we're looking at doing is, I've calculated roughly, we'll have to borrow for this, we'll have to borrow for our commitment. I've estimated the approximate debt service costs per year of $800,000, which would start in 2020 and would go for 20 years. In order to build that debt service cost into the levy, I'm recommending a $200,000 annual incremental investment over the next 4 years. So in 2020, there would be $200,000. In 2021, there would be an investment of $400,000, $600,000, and then $800,000 in the final year. By the end of the 4th year, we will have accumulated into our reserve $2 million, which means we would only have to borrow $10 million. So we're slowly phasing in the amount of the debt service over the next 4 years, again, reducing the amount we have to borrow and having the least amount of impact on the tax levy. After 2023, there will be no hospital levy increase. Moving on, infrastructure levy. So the town currently has about $630 million in total assets to replace. So some interesting numbers here. Our current infrastructure gap, so what do I mean by infrastructure gap, first of all? The infrastructure gap is the value of infrastructure that is currently due to be replaced compared to the amount of funding the town is currently providing. So right now, the town, to replace its assets that are currently due to be replaced is about $5 million, 4.8. In 10 years, that gap will increase to $5.7 million. In 25 years, if we do nothing, that gap will increase to $64 million. And that's represented by the red line, the top line in the chart. If we were to introduce a 1% levy increase, you can see that the infrastructure gap out in 25 years comes down to about $40 million. And if we were to introduce a 2% levy increase, you can see the yellow line at the bottom, we start to really close that infrastructure gap over the next 25 years. What we're recommending is to implement a 1% infrastructure levy. That'll amount to about $125,000 and represent a 0.28, not 28%, increase on the total tax bill. So now we move into council strategic priorities. So transit has been a hot topic in Grimsby that has come up over the last few years. A couple years back, the town undertook a study in collaboration with our local transit steering committee, of which Councillor Bothwell was a member at the time. This is even before she was on council. It seems at that time that the options were either too costly or just didn't provide an adequate level of service, so nothing moved forward. And maybe sometimes good things come to those who wait, because now we have an option that actually satisfies both of those constraints, an adequate level of service and a fairly reasonable cost. So on-demand transit. So this is in partnership with the Niagara region. It's we're leveraging monies from the region, Lincoln and Pelham, to provide this service at a minimal cost. Lincoln and Pelham have already gotten on board with this proposal. They've already canceled their existing local transit systems. And I think it's a great way here. Keeps operating costs down because we don't actually run the system. The region actually runs the system. And it would be a great means to reduce traffic congestion. And also for the GO train, I think it would be important as we look forward to the GO train that there's a way to move people to the GO hub and back to their homes. Communications resource. I don't know if I can be as eloquent as Susan was earlier. So communications resource. We're looking at an investment of $116,000. That is for the whole department. It includes salaries, benefits, and incidentals for the department. Represents a roughly 1% increase on the tax levy or a 0.26% overall. Communication engagement helps with all staff and council to get our message out to the public on social media. It'll help establish a brand for the town and allow the town to be more proactive in getting its message out to the public. Economic Development Officer. So here we're looking at an investment again of $95,000. This represents the investment for the whole department. Roughly a 0.7% increase on the levy and a 0.21% overall tax bill impact. One of the main things here is 90% of our business growth comes from existing businesses expanding, and an economic development officer can help these businesses with their expansion. They'll able to work with academia on building incubators, develop an economic strategy, and concentrate on key economic clusters. Also help to reduce our 88% of the residential tax base, assessment base, and hopefully maybe bring that number down so we're not relying, our income tax, or sorry, property tax isn't so heavily weighted on the residential tax base. Legal support. So what we're looking to do here is to increase our investment in legal support by an extra $250,000, which represents about 2% on the levy, or an overall of 0.5 point. So council, as part of its strategy for responsible development, with that comes some appeals to LPAT. And in order to defend those appeals, requires legal support. And council wants to ensure that development is compatible with Grimsby's character. Our prior year legal budget was $100,000. With the additional of the $250,000, it'll bring it up to $350,000. Winter control. Over the years, the town hasn't been budgeting adequately for our winter control. We've been budgeting more on a historical cost basis, which doesn't really reflect the patterns that are happening, especially with climate change. We need to adapt and look at more those one-off kind of years. You know, you can have such swings in temperatures and precipitation, and we seem to be falling behind in deficits have been incurred in our winter control budget over the last number of years. So we're looking to invest an additional $183,000 into winter control. It's about a 1.5% increase on the levy and overall 0.41%. Grimsby Beach Land Use Planning Study. So we're looking to hire a consultant to complete a land use planning study for Grimsby Beach. This is a mandatory requirement for the interim control bylaw. This study, approximately $100,000, and the total overall impact of about 0.22%. Irish Grove Woodlot. Again, the plan is to hire a planning consultant to identify the characteristics that make the Irish Grove Woodlot significant. Tree protection in the Irish Grove Woodlot was identified as a priority in council's strategic priorities. For this study, we're looking at an investment of about $50,000, or an overall tax impact of about 0.1 point. And I will now turn it over to Ms. Sweeney.
Can I have your baton? Good evening, Mayor Jordan and members of council. I can see you all getting a little restless, so hopefully a change in voice tone keeps you awake and alert. I know it's a ton of content. Parks specialist. So our parks team is a very busy team, and again, when we were going through some of those past trends of growth in terms of construction and all of those other things, with that comes more parks. So every time we get a new neighborhood, we get a new neighborhood park. And our team hasn't quite kept pace in terms of being able to manage those things. The other piece that we're lacking significantly, though, as the slide indicates, is we don't have in-house capacity to do landscape design and parks design. And as we're coming to a phase where we're still bringing in new parks, significant ones, and also at a place where we need to renew and replace some parks, we really see that gap. What this resource would give us is the ability to make sure that our parks are well planned, and they're not just a place with grass and a playground, that they're actually a living space, or a living leisure space that our community can get into, play soccer, walk their dog, maybe use in the evening, buy some lighting, make sure it's accessible, have sustainable features in our parks. And this person would be able to collect all of those different needs through different departments in our town and really put those into our parks and green spaces. They'd also be working with the planning department too, to make sure right from the site plan phase that we're making sure that some of the key pieces we will want to see in our parks and green spaces are part of those plans right from the beginning. The other things they'll be able to help with is things like planning community gardens, other activities like that. When they come to us, this person would have the expertise and resource to help guide that when our citizens want to invest in some of those things, tree planting being another one. The next one is tree planting. We have a new Grimsby Green Advisory Committee. We had our first meeting the other week, and we asked the group to go around the room and identify what some of their top priorities were. And spoiler alert for those of you on the committee that haven't seen that outcome, is trees was definitely the #1 item. Not a surprise, probably, to those of you that sat in the room. We know that trees are not just nice to look at, they offer a lot more. They are a source of beauty, they're a source of privacy. They're also very good for our climate, they clean our air, they offer habitat, shade, cooling, so many things. And we know that investing in trees is money well spent. When you think about when you buy a car, it just depreciates in value as you go. Trees are quite the opposite. As soon as you plant a tree, when you think about what that tree looks like in 20 years and the actual value of that tree, is really quite significant. So investing in them early on and getting ahead of this and planting more trees, you'll really see that growth. In fact, I think in many ways, trees are probably one of our least valued assets in terms of both community and corporate when we think about the value of all those trees. As climate change is occurring as well, we're finding we get more freezing rain events, and it does have an impact on trees. So in 2019, we did have higher incidences of having to repair broken tree limbs, maybe even down trees. We want to make sure we have the resources in our budget to address that, but also to do a replacement strategy for when that happens. A big portion of this fund is also continuing to address emerald ash borer, and that's both public works, so roads, items, and parks. We're also hoping to build a Southward Park Evergreen Grove up in Southward Park and potentially maybe turn that into a bit of a Christmas tree event. So lots of really great stuff that we can do with trees to engage the community and work with some of our local groups. We have 33 neighborhood parks, 17 community parks, and many other community green spaces. Our reserves, unfortunately, over time have depleted, and our need to replace more playgrounds is coming due. We probably need to be replacing 2 playgrounds, neighborhood parks a year, and 1 community park, and it costs quite a bit of money to do that. It's also changed over time. So now when you replace those things, you need to be looking at accessibility, you need to be looking at sustainability, we need to improve some of our signage, making sure we have park benches, maybe lighting in certain areas. And so we really know we need to make some more investments again into these spaces in terms of the physical amenities that exist there. A couple of the highlighted projects we'd like to invest in is Centennial Park Baseball Diamond. We have an increase in hardball in Grimsby. We don't have a proper hardball diamond for the older age groups to use, so we are looking to try and make some conversion there. The 40 Mile Creek Bridge desperately needs some replacement as an active transportation pathway. And some of our playgrounds also need some base materials improvements. We do have a few still with some old pea gravel that need to be replaced to make sure that they're safe and they're also accessible. So those are some of the examples. And I think it's your turn, Dan.
So some additional investments. Fire department, we're looking to increase the transfer to reserves for the fire department and for new equipment and fleet. Also, the fire department last year in 2019, they undertook a pilot project to look at staffing a day crew in the station. And the project was successful. It did improve response times from about almost 6 minutes down to just under 3 minutes. So the total investment for the transfer to reserves is an additional $35,000 with a 0.08% levy impact. And for the day crew, about $56,000 with a 0.13% levy overall tax bill impact.
So the recreation programmer position is certainly one that's near and dear to my heart, as well as at least one other person in this room. When we did the master plan in March of 2019, when we completed it in 2019, I looked at the former master plan that we had done, which was 1990. So that was the last time we had done a master plan. And interestingly enough, in that master plan, it had suggested we need a second recreation person. It was 30 years ago, and we still have one. And certainly as our population has grown, as needs change, as demographics change, and even just the requirements providing recreation, we're just simply not able to keep pace with what we have, let alone move forward to what we know the community wants and deserves to have. So this position would really enable us to move forward with some of our master plan objectives and meet the community needs a little bit better. Developing some more resources in terms of active aging, youth programming, working with a lot of our community partners, working with some more of our special events, and optimizing some of the use of our facilities. This person would also be able to help with some of our other community groups like Grimsby Green, the Active Grimsby, perhaps an age-friendly movement as well, and really start to bring us forward and offer a little bit more to our community than we're currently able to do. Another challenge is with only one recreation person, it means if that recreation person is otherwise tied up or on vacation, I'm that person. So another added benefit would be this position would really enable me to have some things taken off of my plate. And so I could move a little bit more into strategy, grant writing, and some of the other activities that I would really like to get into that I think we'd see huge benefit in our community for. Advertising, sponsorship, all of those things are also part of this. We know we need to do some of these things more than we're doing them right now. We just can't quite get to them. So this position would really enable us to really move forward in the way we need to. Special events, holiday lighting in 2019, we did some further work with this. We did light up the tree out in front of Town Hall better than it was the year before. I understand it's still not Rockefeller, but we're working on it. We did some downtown tree lighting. Some of those trees, we wrapped the canopies and we wrapped the trunks. And we also did some Coronation Park lighting in a partnership with some DIA and also some members of council helping to get a private partnership from Grimsby Power with that one. And we see a tremendous interest in this. We see a growing interest in the people that come to the holiday lighting ceremony. Even just the interest we saw on social media when that was posted was quite incredible. It was one of our largest posts. It was quite interesting to see how many people were excited about that. So we know there's a lot of community pride, a lot of community interest in these types of events, and we'd like to continue to grow this. We believe this investment in dollars will make sure that we can put all the lights back up again next year, but also use that money to leverage more partnerships with private groups so we can hopefully start to fill out Coronation Park more, put lights in other areas, and help really work with the community to celebrate the season. Wayfinding strategy study. This has been something that's been talked about for a very, very long time in a variety of past studies and past groups. It certainly came out in the master plan. We heard a lot that people like the parks and like some of the facilities that we have, but they don't know where they are. It's actually surprising how much so. So this study would really allow us to dig into how do we do a wayfinding approach that's consistent, that represents the town of Grimsby well, and also make sure people can find so many of the wonderful amenities that we do have, whether you're a visitor or whether you're just in a neighborhood that you're not quite familiar with. Oh, no, that's not it. The Welcome Center. So there was a decision to look at the Welcome Center space a little differently and perhaps not continue as we have been continuing. That I know has some mixed feelings for some, and we did want to come up with maybe looking at what other alternative could we offer. And so this is what I came up with Brian Purdy, who is the owner of the Gateway Niagara West Tourism Association. So an alternative approach so we can make sure we do keep at least a Grimsby presence in the space is for $7,000 a year, we would have a backlit poster. We could change it as we want to. We would still have access to the TV screen so we could run digital advertising, and we'd have a dedicated space in that booth for Grimsby brochures, I believe 7 or 8, and we could put whatever brochures we'd want in there. So I wanted to present that to you as an alternate to still maintain a presence in that space if it was to be different than what we've previously done. One thing just to know, in the past, we do have the whole right, where we had the whole right-hand side, and we weren't staffing it all of the time, right? So that was some of the challenges that we have, and also working with Brian. Brian's assured me that no matter which way we would take, and if we did take the $7,000, that he'll make sure that he works with us and helps to make sure that we can represent Grimsby well in that space.
So there's a small investment with the library, and it's a Wi-Fi hotspot project, which we allow residents to have Wi-Fi in their home. And so we're basically, instead of lending books, we're lending Wi-Fi. So a resident will take home a little Wi-Fi USB port, I believe it is, and allow them to have Wi-Fi for a certain data limit. So that investment is about $5,000. So we also have some modernization of the council chambers. So capital investment here of about $69,000. So we're looking at an audio upgrade here in the chambers, new microphones, new projectors, and new monitors out in the foyer. And then we also have some facilities upgrades here. So there'll be dedicated tables and for staff here in the council chambers. So that is an investment of about $36,000. So in addition, there was some council requests that were already passed through resolution. One of them was a parking study for the downtown. It was added into, it was to be considered as part of the overall 2020 budget deliberation, so we're bringing it forward. So an investment of about $100,000 there. And then also, as was mentioned before, the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study with an additional investment of $100,000. So now we'll move on to the capital budget. First off is transportation capital. So the total investment of just under $7 million with no levy impact. So on the left-hand side, you can see where some of the funds are being allocated. Equipment replacement, infrastructure improvements, big one is shoreline improvements, and traffic studies. On the right-hand side, you can see where the funding is coming from. The majority is coming from provincial grants, around 30%, federal grants, which is the gas tax, and then of course also funded from development charges and the town's reserves. So here are some of the shoreline improvement projects that will occur over the next few years. So in 2020, we're looking to do construction on the 10th Street and 12th Street shoreline protection. In 2020, we're also looking to design the 6th Street, 9th Street, and end of 9th and north of 3rd Street projects with construction in 2021. You can see the investment over the next few years is quite extensive. In addition, Shoreline, there's the conservation building of about $1.3 million. Now that is contingent on sale of land at the conservation building. Then we're looking at the pier. So in 2020, we're looking to design a new pier with possible construction in 2021 for about $1.2 million. And then in addition, the Whitaker Beach growing. So design in 2020 with construction in 2021. You can see shoreline protection, again, as I mentioned, is going to be quite significant over the next few years. So water capital, total investment of $3 million with no impact on the levy. It's self-funded from reserves. So types of expenditures we're looking at: water main replacement, leak detection, and some facility improvements. Sewer capital, total investment of about $1.8 million. The types of expenditures we're looking at: infiltration, reduction, rehabilitation, pollution prevention and control plan, and also some facility improvements. Facilities and parks capital projects, total investment of $1.3 million. So we're looking at investments in facilities, bridge and trail repair, fleet and equipment, parks improvements, and parks and playgrounds renewal. Funding from mainly from reserves and development charges with a small municipal levy contribution of $41,000. Fire capital, total investment of about $550,000. So we're looking at purchases of vehicles, equipment purchases, investments in Station 1 and Station 2, and a new fire communications network. Fire tower equipment for a new communications tower. So water and sewer operating budgets. So the water operating budget, we're looking at an increase of 6.5%. So that which will result in an increase of about $37 per year for a home that consumes approximately 200 cubic meters of water per year. The increases there are due to the region water rate increases. We purchase water wholesale from the region, and the region's water, the cost of water has gone up for the town. We've also increased our capital contributions to reserves for future capital replacement, and there was an additional staffing position of a water engineer, which results in the 6.5% increase. Sewer levy, an increase of 4.5%, which represents about an additional $20 per year for the average residential home. So now we sum it all up and come to the total. So I'll just go over basic again. I'll break everything down. So we started with a base budget of 2.2% for the town. Again, we're maintaining services. We've absorbed inflation and added some key core competencies to the town. And we've absorbed a large payment for salaries for the additional pay period in 2020. We're looking at a hospital levy of $200,000. It reinforces our commitment to the hospital. It's an increase of 1.6% on the town levy. Also looking at an infrastructure levy of 1% or $125,000 to protect our assets and to renew our assets as they are due for replacement. We have a list of strategic council priorities, which total about 9.5%. There's some public safety initiatives that we're looking at for the fire department, 0.73%, community programming of about 1%, and there's some council resolutions that were previously adopted by council for about 1.6%. So that brings the overall levy increase to about 18.5% or an overall tax bill impact of just over 5%. affordability. So you've seen this slide before, earlier on, and Grimsby at that time was the second lowest tax bill per $100,000 of assessment. If we were to include all of what we just went through, we're still the second lowest. We went from 255 up to 285. So taxes are still affordable if you look at what other municipalities are charging their residents. So let's look at the overall property tax bill impact. So if everything was to be included in the presentation, based on a 2020 average residential home of about $443,000, total bill would be about $4,500, total tax bill. The share, Grimsby share of that $4,500 is about $1,265 or 28%. The region share is $2,564, 57%. So Grimsby share results in an increase on the average home of $190 per year. The region of Niagara, their increase of 5.92% results in a $180 increase per year. School boards has no effect for an overall property tax increase of $370. So for $190 per year, or about $16 per month, you get quite a bit. You get an investment towards a new hospital, public transit, vital resources in communication and economic development. We increase our winter operations, our snow removal budget, and make our roads safer. We add additional support in recreation with an additional recreation programmer. There's some community event items in there, the Christmas lighting. So, for that cost, 190, it represents quite the value for residents. So this year we started off with a small community engagement piece to get some community feedback on our 2020 budget. So the survey was available from February 5th to February 10th. It was available through social media. I want to just mention that this was a non-scientific survey. Anybody could have logged in and done the survey, whether you were a Grimsby resident or not, and you could have also have done the survey twice. So again, it's non-scientific, but it does provide some interesting numbers. There were 200 participants, which kind of shocked me because I was not expecting to get those kind of numbers at all in that short period of time. So there are 3 questions asked in the survey, and I'll just kind of run through them and show you the results. First question was on service levels. And respondents could choose between 4 different answers with regard to service levels. 53% of respondents preferred tax increases that maintain existing municipal services and allow for new investments. 21% prefer taxes that are maintained at current levels, and 21% prefer taxes that are lower than existing levels, so an actual reduction in service. Second question was on council's strategic priorities. So it was to rank council's strategic priorities in terms of residents' importance. So if we look at some of the council's strategic priorities, business attraction, growth, and retention, 110 respondents indicated that they thought it was high importance. Community amenities, there was 116 respondents that indicated it was a high importance. So you can see throughout there's a trend there that residents in the community actually agree that with council's strategic priorities, and they think they're all important. And then the third question was where residents could open up and they could speak to investment basically in anything they want. Where do they want to see additional investment? So we broke it out into certain categories, first being transportation and road safety. There were 72 people who commented with regard to transportation. Of that 72, 31 respondents indicated made a mention of public transit, 14 traffic calming and lights, 10 for Go Transit. With regard to community amenities, recreation programming was the hot topic with regard to community amenities. 24 out of 69 responded in favor, and 4 people wanted an indoor pool. We've actually provided in there on the right, you can see some of the actual comments that were that we received in the survey. Another few themes, so business attraction, growth, and retention. 16 of 28 respondents were with regard to downtown business. Heritage and culture, 23 respondents out of 26 were keen on heritage buildings, and responsible development, 18 out of the 23 were concerned about overdevelopment. Environment, 21 respondents, 9 with regard to environmental conservation, and 12 for shoreline protection. Hospital, there were 17 comments with regard to the hospital. And transparency, there were 6 respondents who made a mention of transparency in their comments. So that's the end of the formal presentation. I'll take any questions, or if there's any comments, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Stephen and Harry and the rest of staff for your presentation. That was excellent, and actually a big improvement from last year. There's a lot more information, and certainly it was much more fulsome. Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Vane?
Yeah, in the fairness of transparency, I do want to thank Stephen and Harry Schlang and all the staff from finance and all the staff in general. You did a really good job this year. Fantastic. I mean, big improvement on last year, but I do have to throw a compliment to one of my peers here. He's been a pain in my butt, but he did push very hard to get the budget back on track and to make a big difference. So I do have to commend Councillor Frake for his work last year. He did push to get the budget online, and I'm glad to see the staff. I have to give credit where it's due. And so I do want to give a lot of credit to the staff and the town manager. Thank you for a fantastic budget. I'm going to start off with a couple of things here. You have to bear with me. I'm going to go through a number of things.
We're going to do that later. We'll do the line by line item after.
Okay,
This is
fair enough.
just,
Then that's all I want to say is just thank you then.
general comments about the presentation. Councillor Frake?
I echo what Councillor Vane just said. Not about me, but last year was our first year at council, so we did have pretty much of a ragtag team, and we did get a budget together in spite of the tough times we had at the time. I must admit, I must congratulate you for, this is really well laid out, understandable from any layperson point of view. It's great, fantastic. You did a great job, all of you. You're to be commended. Also to be commended that you've got it 45 days earlier than last year, which was fabulous. So next year we'd expect it maybe by the end of the year. I know last year we got it in time a number of months before the year before, so we're moving in the right direction. That's great. So eventually we'll get the fiscally responsible date. Maybe we'll have a budget in place by the end of the year. So I congratulate you on, I congratulate you on that. So I won't get into the details. I just want to make those comments. Thank you so much. Great budget, well laid out. There are going to be some questions about things, and we're going to be asking you, of course, to look at some items we may not totally agree with. Anyway, thank you so much.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, staff. I mean, this is, I've never seen a budget presented like this before in my term on council. I was just a quick story, and I won't, I was on LinkedIn, and I looked at the city of Burlington's budget, and I thought, wow, it's great. It's broken down. It's very easy for residents to read and understand. And you guys did it. Congratulations. It's not exactly, but you hit the right theme here too, which I, you know, it's fantastic. And what I want to do is taking the role from staff, bringing this to us as council. First of all, the hospital. Thank you. That should have been done years ago. You know, it should have been done years ago by past councils. I won't get into anything from that. And transit, again, big ticket items here we're looking at for our community. And you know what? As a council, these are big steps for us moving forward too. But thank you for putting those two things into the, and many, many more, don't get me wrong. But I just, you know, that's fantastic because a lot of those two items were just, they just seem to be played with in the past, but never really stepped up to the plate. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Barty?
Well done. I do have some questions though. And I know this isn't for discussion, but we'll get into my Grinch mode a bit later because the bottom line is 18.45%. So, and I can hear my mother in my head saying, first you save the money, then you spend the money. Advice, which I never took. You mentioned that we start $200,000 a year for the hospital, and then 2024 we have the debenture. My understanding is we're going to get shovel in the ground a lot sooner than that. So one, what do we do if that happens? And two, I need some clarification about, you know, what you mentioned is that you'd put $200,000 away a year for the next 4 years. Then would it be $800,000 a year? Like what? By the fourth year. No, by the fourth year we'd have $800,000. But what would be the cost of the debenture when we have to foot the $12 million bill? Because you have to pay that up front, right? Then we'd have to do that servicing on that loan. So what would that cost us?
Yeah, so let me explain again. So each year we put in $200,000. We add $200,000 into the levy. So in 2020, it's a $200,000 impact to the levy. In 2021, there's an additional $200,000. So now we're putting away $400,000. In the third year, $600,000. In the fourth year, $800,000. So all that money will go into reserve. So that'll total $2 million.
So in 2024,
yeah.
Will we be asking the taxpayer for $800,000 a year?
Yes. Well, it's already built into the levy, so you don't have to. Won't be a levy increase beyond that. So now you're slowly, incrementally building those your debt payments into the levy.
So it's
over the
like
next few
compound
years.
interest, kind of.
Sort of.
Okay, so what happens then if we are, as I've understood, going to get shovel in the ground a lot earlier? What then? What's the formula then?
Yeah. So we would either have to borrow more by the time the debenture goes. Also, we might have to increase then our contribution. So instead of $200,000 incremental a year, we'll maybe have to increase that amount. So it could be maybe $300,000 instead of $200,000. The time frame, though, yeah.
Yeah, and the mayor and I have been working a lot with HHS. That time frame that we put up is very aggressive, so we don't see it much better than that. So the plan that Stephen's put together, I just want to be clear, in that fourth year, there's no impact on the taxpayers. We will put away enough money to pay the debenture. But that's a pretty aggressive timeline, and it's an estimate, but I don't feel we'll be ready if we have to.
Yes, absolutely. It'll be.
So if I understand you then, it goes into the base budget, and every year you're increasing the base by another $200,000, and it's targeted for that. So by the time we're in year 4, we've already increased it by $800,000. And so when you increase the 2%, for instance, cost of living, you're putting that 2% on the 800, yes? Because it's built into the base.
Sorry, your base will be include an extra 2% every year.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I just want to again commend all staff for a fulsome budget, and we're very nice to have all the information there. Now we have to move to the individual components of the budget, and the debate will start. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the 2020 budget presentation be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're going to start on the first consideration would be the base budget.
Of 2.2%. So this base budget of 2.2, it's an extremely lean budget. Getting the base budget down to 2.2 was no easy task. Staff pored over this, looked at all of our services. Like I said, we've absorbed some pressures, so we absorbed inflation in that amount. Inflation was approximately 1.95% average annual inflation in 2019. We absorbed, like I said, that I keep saying it over and over, the 27th pay period, but that alone was $400,000 in the base budget. We added some core competencies and 2 new positions, a procurement manager and a deputy clerk to help to support staff. All of that has been absorbed into that 2.2%. I believe the town, we run a pretty lean ship here. There's definitely no fat in our operating budget. And I think the 2.2 is a very realistic and very responsible number for the base budget, with a very small overall tax bill impact of just 0.62%.
Questions? Councillor Frey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stephen, when you say the 2.2%, what's the inflation rate that's in there, 1.95?
Yeah, well, inflation was 1.95%. Average annual inflation year over year to December was 2.2. So from December 2018 to December 2019, it is exactly 2.2%.
So that 2.2% just covers inflation, is what you're saying?
Basically, yes. This base budget covers inflation, but again, covers a few other things. Like I said, we've added some key core competencies to into that number. This has all been absorbed into that number.
Into that number, okay.
Yeah, we've normalized our revenues. There were a number of revenues that were the estimates were too high, and we've brought those in line to make better projections. So we had to find additional savings because we lowered our revenues, and we are still able to come to a 2.2% levy increase.
You kind of answered my second question, which was when you were looking at the current costs, you looked at cutting costs, and there was some efficiencies built into that program as well. And I see Harry nodding his head as well. So not only did you just look at the inflation rate, you cut some things out and to normalize it a bit.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, you answered my question. That's good, thank you.
Councillor Vane?
Thank you, Stephen. Again, I think the overall budget is excellent, actually. I think 5.66, I think what we come out of the overall tax bill is absolutely fantastic. One thing I'm going to say, we talk about base budgets and all that other stuff. I don't know if this has been emphasized enough. I think you tried to show it in your slideshow, but for 20 years, for lack of a better word, this town's been starved. I look at some of the history here, and the other councils, I mean, I'm not going to fault anybody. They had their priorities, which were not necessarily ours. But for 20 years, as Mrs. Sweeney said, she's had a recreation person on the books for 30 years. What we can do is we can do the political thing, and we can sit here and try and nickel and dime this down and continue passing on our debt to our grandchildren and our children, or we can do the right thing and we can just pass this. I think you've done an excellent job here. You've brought in an excellent budget, and it's about time this town got up on where it should be. So I fully support everything, and including the base. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Vardy?
So, when I worked for the federal government, I was responsible for cutting 20% out of our branch budget that had a staff of 3,500 people and some very large capital and operating. And it was an unpleasant job because you're cutting 20% of staff, you're cutting your budgets radically. Everybody said, can't be done, can't be done, can't be done. Yet, you do it, and you know what? Nobody suffered for it. And in my experience, I find that it's very hard for organizations to let go of old things. They want to take on new priorities, which is great, but they have a hard time of letting go things that they've always done or done in the past. When I look, and I have a very different, I come at this very different from Councillor Bain. I do not feel an 18.6% levy, even though that's just our portion, which comes out to like or rather 18.6, which comes out total tax bill levy of 8.6 to the taxpayer, right? I look at my 92-year-old mother who's in her home, who lives off OAS and CPP, and with the impact reassessments coming in, this is exactly the kind of thing that's going to drive old people out of their homes. Now, I understand there's been underinvestment, but to my mind, in order to make this budget work, and I can tell you I've gone through this quite detailed, and there's a lot of things that I've eliminated in my mind, and I think the only way you can make this work is do something like a 6% cut of your base budget. So, and 6% is not a huge amount of money. And when you're looking at your base budget, if you're basing it on last year's, some costs were recurring, like staff. You have X number of staff this year, you got to pay for, X number of staff the following year. And if you add staff, then you're like X plus 5 that you're paying for year after year after year. But also in the base budget were a lot of studies, a lot of things that are done just one time. So I don't understand why we're increasing a base budget on the kind of one-offs when we've got our kind of one-offs, if you want to call it, in the list of what the priorities were for council priorities. And that's why I think shaving 6% off is something that can be done. Part of it, I would say, is reducing some of our losses, and trying to find greater efficiencies in some of the things that we do. And I'm thinking specifically like Southward Park, sorry to pick on you, Sarah. But I mean, we need to do a lot better on some of these things in terms of making them more cost effective. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Seeing Councillor Bothwell?
I don't know if this is the opportunity to ask questions about what's in the base budget, the little items, the little ones that pop out at me.
Are you talking about the ones all the way down, or are you talking about just this base budget line?
The base. So what's in the base budget? which is a new expense, is cell phones for counselors, that kind of stuff. Was in the budget I read.
Cell phones? It was
Cell
removed.
phones was in there for counselors.
It was removed and republished, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
But
okay.
it was removed. It was actually came as part of discussion with our
Recently-
senior leadership
Recently
team.
removed?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Insurance, there was a big blip in 2019 actual. It went from the budget amount of 55,000 to 403,136. And then we're back to a 2020 budget of 55. I just wondered if that was like a blip. Is that specifically related to anything in particular?
Are you referring to the insurance in the corporate?
Yeah.
Corporate area?
Yeah.
What that refers to is insurance claims that are filed against the town. So your slips, trips, falls, that kind of thing, where we were hit pretty hard in 2019. We were sued or potentially being sued by everybody and their dog in 2019. So yeah, that is a real anomaly in that item there.
And then Public Works, fleet maintenance, materials, vehicle equipment and repairs. They budgeted 355,130, but they actually spent 605,130. Was there a couple totaled vehicles or something?
Do you have the? Sure.
It was page 92 of the budget. It's under Public Works, fleet maintenance, materials, vehicle equipment and repairs. I didn't know if that was a blip because there was some major crisis with vehicles or something. And while you're looking that up, maybe you can just, this might be a quick answer, is the cemeteries, the Mountain Cemetery and Queen's Lawn Cemetery had a budget for investment income, which is a requirement of the plot purchases and whatever, and then
That's
a
right.
portion goes into investments. And there was, for the past, since 2017, there's been like a budget of like 13,000. Queen's Lawn was 13,000, 2018 was 13, 2019 was 16, 2020 is 12,000, but it was budgeted, but the actual amounts was only 2017 had 14,000 for Queen's Lawn, and then there's no actual amounts for 2018
Yeah.
and 2019.
Yeah, we still, adjustments for year end still haven't been completed for that. But on that investment income will probably actually be higher than what we budgeted.
It's just there wasn't any actual for 2018, none for 2019 for either year.
18, okay, that's.
There's zero as well.
Zero, okay.
Yeah, so just wondering,
yeah,
maybe it's just, maybe
yeah.
it's somewhere else. It's just wondering if there's, because we still do create some revenue from that, right, through investment. Okay, although we have no more plots left in Queen's Lawn. Okay, unless there's resale, right? Then you can go and get a okay?
There was an expansion there too. I believe there are some additional available lots, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can I keep going just for a couple more quick questions on base budget? You okay? Just because I don't know where else I'm going to get to ask these unless you want me to leave them to the end.
No, that's fine.
There was just an interesting thing, two things under rec services. This might be Director Sweeney's questions. Community partnerships. I know last year we cut a person with disabilities as a position we were going to sponsor. And I noticed this year that there seems to be 13,000 put in that budget. I just wondered if that was towards that or a different venture. And the grass cutting for neighborhood parks, I understand it's coming to rec at our next meeting where we're going to be contracting that out again instead of staff doing it, if that goes through. And yet I just wonder, because in the budget line, there is a line still for general salaries and wages for grass cutting in neighborhood parks of around 85,000. So I didn't know if that's going to move out of there now and move towards the contracted services. The winter control position that you meant, there was a position you said was created for that? For winter control? Was there for the water engineer position, right? Was that?
Not part of this base budget, but I can answer the question anyway, so, because that's not leviable, the water budget.
Okay.
But if you have a question about water, I can.
No, that's great. And just winter control, great to see that we're increasing that budget, because I'm looking forward to having the waterfront trail plowed at some point in time down the road, so it can be active all year round. That's it for now.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Cadwell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And just the parking study for the downtown, it's a $100,000 investment.
We'll be talking about that on the line item, line by line item.
Oh, okay.
We're doing the base budget.
Okay, got it.
Seeing no further questions on the base budget, I just need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Ritchie, move. Councillor Sharp, second. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the base budget for 2020 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the hospital levy. Any questions on the hospital levy? I think we all know it's needed, not a want, it's a need. So I need a mover and seconder for the hospital levy. Councillor Frake and Councillor Bain. Sure. Councillor Sharp, you have a question?
Yeah, Stephen, we were talking about the hospital. You were saying 2% per year, but when I read it, it said 1.6%. Is it a 1.6%?
Yeah, I was thinking of 200,000. That's why the 2% was in my head. $200,000, 1.6%. I stand corrected, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Bain, resolved that the hospital levy for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the infrastructure levy. Questions? Councillor Bain?
I'm going to go back to my comment earlier about passing our debts on to our children and our grandchildren. If you look at the report here on the infrastructure levy, it says if we do a 1% increase, we're going to save, looks like $20 million or something. If we do a 2% increase, we're going to keep it below $10 million. I think for a minimum investment now, we need to get caught up. If you look at Toronto as a great example, a town or a city that's neglected their infrastructure for so long, and they're in the billions. And we've seen the price of the hospital go from, what was it, 25 million to 200 in what, 20 years? Prices aren't going down anything fast, and I think we all can see where the future is going. I would really strongly recommend, I know you've suggested 1%, and I appreciate that, but I really strongly recommend that we bite the bullet and do a 2% increase now and keep that future and get our infrastructure where it should be, because I think we'll pay for it dearly later. They say that if the TTC had been built up back in the 50s to the way it is today, it would have cost them a few $1 million. Now we're talking tens of billions of dollars. So, I mean, let's look at the history here. I think we're smarter to spend a little bit extra now and save millions, possibly billions in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Any other questions? I just think on that note, given the budget and the potential increase, I think getting something in there is certainly better than nothing at all, the way it was for several years. And I think that if we pass this now on the first stage, if we do more cutting through the line-by-line items, we can always reconsider it later in the night. So seeing no further questions, need a mover and seconder again. Councillor Dunstall and Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the infrastructure levy for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have the transit, the Via Transit partnering with the region and Pelham and Lincoln. Questions? Councillor Vardy?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. You know, if I think back to Councillor Sharp, I think it was you who kind of said that when people were asked, do they want transportation, they said absolutely, but when they had to pay for it, it dropped down to about 7%. Given that, from my understanding, something like 11% of what we pay to the region goes to transportation, yet we get nothing back from the region for that 11%. So, excuse me, I'm suggesting that maybe we defer this item. Let's see how, is it Pelham and Lincoln, I guess, that are going in the pilot study. Let's see how they do, because this is going to be, you know, it's a 2% increase. That'll be 2% ongoing if we keep it. And I'm really not sure that, given that we're looking at an 18.6 increase, that this is something that we can really afford at this time. Thank you.
CIO Schlang, you'd like to comment on that?
Yes, I just thought that I would take the moment to comment that, you know, I did look at some of the previous reports by the town of Grimsby, and they were looking at as much as $1 million for public transit. I think that this creative idea of unconventional transit, on-demand transit, with Lincoln going that way, Pelham going that way, and the region putting in $2.1 million, getting at the start of a program, you could start to shape it and influence it, like put bike racks on the vans, maybe get that to a common point in Stony Creek, as well as all the other points, hubs that we're looking at within the Niagara region. I think getting in on the ground floor and working with the other two municipalities in the Niagara region, it's a great time to invest in this right now and not defer. That's just our strong recommendation.
Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Councillor Schlang, for your opinion. I really think that this is an item that we should defer, that we can't afford at this time. We have the opportunity to see how the other two municipalities are doing. So I just want to reiterate that. Thank you.
Councillor Vane?
Thank you, Mr. Schlang. I appreciate that. I also am aware, having received a number of calls on this particular issue, this is something that we've been talking about for years. I'm going to keep saying this over and over until I get blue in the face. I'm not tired. I'm not going to keep pushing my problems off on my kids or my grandkids or anybody else's. We've got to start moving forward. And deferring this has been something we've been doing for 30 years. It's time we get up to 2020. So I will support this 100%. And I think getting on the ground floor, having Pelham and Lincoln do it it's useless. We're talking about going practically from the Grimsby border to the St. Catharines border, if I'm not mistaken, or into St. Catharines, actually. So to take Grimsby out is like trying to build a Lego ship and not having the center of the ship. So that's just my opinion. I will be supporting it.
Order of speakers we have right now, we have Councillor Frake, Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Cadwell. So Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe we're going to be looking at every item on here, and I think we're going to have to look at what we could potentially cut. If we want to cut this back from 18.65%, we have to look at every item, and this is one of the items that probably would fall into the category of should we cut or not. Yes, we've been talking about this for years, and I totally hear where Councillor Vane is coming from. But when I canvass the people in my ward, I mean, this does not come to the top of their list. Of the thousands of people I spoke with when I campaigned, this wasn't the biggest issue. There was a lot of other things which are built into this great budget, which I think we should look at a little more seriously and to come. But I think we should put this into a category of should we cut. If we're going to cut, some of these numbers back, I think that's one of the ones we should be looking at. Even though it's a good opportunity, as CAO Schlang mentioned, I think we should pick some items in here that we're willing to let go, and this could be one of them for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frake. Councillor Sharp.
So I have had plenty of people for multiple years commenting and pushing for transit. And we have made, at the time I wasn't on council, I was sitting out there with you guys, and thanks for coming tonight. I know this is a lot of work but we talked about, or they talked about $750,000 buying, well, first there was $2 million to buy buses, and then there was $750,000 or $770,000 a year to operate these buses. And then I presumed it was under budget because these buses, you can't gas them up at Petro-Canada, or like you need a facility to store and to maintain. But still, people said, and what Councillor Vardy talked about, I had mentioned, the town did a survey through our transit study, or transit committee, and we had quite a few responses, a statistically valid survey taken by the phone and from Grimsby residents only, and we had like 96% approval of transit. It went down to 73% when you had to pay $25 a year for that transit, and went down to 60-something% when you had to pay $50 a year. Went to 7% approval when you had to pay $75 per year. But this increase to the levy, Stephen, how much is this going to impact our total tax bill? For
Total tax bill is just over half, 0.56.
about how many dollars is that?
Let's see here. The dollar impact of 0.56 on the average household. About 30, 60. Let me see here. What's that? 0.28 was 1%, so this is 2%. 0.56, yeah. For the average household.
$59. So there was less support if people had to pay $50 for transit, but it was still at $50. It was still like majority support or close to that. So you're talking a lot of people who do support transit in general, and still a good majority of our residents who support transit, even if there's some cost to it, and there will be. And this transit, some of you may or may not have followed what's going on, but it's a door-to-door, on-demand transit. It's like $3. It can get you also out of the region to several hubs in like Smithville, Lincoln, Port Colborne, and then you can get on other transit, which will take you to your doctors in St. Catharines and Niagara, or your friend's house in St. Catharines. But I think that it's a great thing to have transit. I think this is a great way to start, and I'll fully support this.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just reflecting back a few years ago when we had the transit study, I was involved with that too. And I remember seeing a couple councillors from Lincoln, and they were at our study. They were there at every meeting we had. And then Lincoln decided to take the baby steps. They did U-Link for 2-3 years. And I know that's been relatively successful. Maybe hasn't grown as quick as they thought, but here we have an opportunity to move forward that we haven't done in a number of years. Because in 2021, they're still saying the GO station is going to be coming to Grimsby. So if we don't move forward with some type of a transit investment, and then all of a sudden 2021 is going to be here, and maybe Metrolinx might be going like, well, you guys haven't done anything yet. All of a sudden, we might be put in a real tough position. We're going to have to get something started right away, and it might not be what we really want to do. So by moving forward with this proposal, maybe this might even add to, we could maybe look at like what Innisfil is doing. Maybe venturing out a little bit more outside the box with Uber a little bit too. But it gives us opportunities. By doing nothing, there's nothing gained. I am supporting this.
Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, through you, the mayor. When the region made this presentation to council on this initiative, and it's called VIA, and they're actually like a 7-passenger Mercedes van. I think they said it was going to be a one van or one bus pilot sort of thing to start for $250,000. Did you hear more than one?
I'll only ask the chair if I'm allowed to speak.
Yeah, Councillor.
Yeah, 3 to 4 vans in Grimsby and 7 to 10 in the region. And it's the pilot, it is only VIA but the system, the region is committed for this for indefinitely. It's in their base budget. And the pilot is only the company, because maybe there'll be more people entering the market in a couple of years. Yeah.
Just going to add to that then. Thank you for clarifying that. So they would need that complement of buses, that's right, to rotate them through the main route that they're going to take, and then the door-to-door and however as backups. So the only reason I'm mentioning this is because of that pilot concept of this particular delivery model, which is this VIA, and whether or not that's going to work versus Uber or something else. But the only questions that I had when they did bring this forward is, again, as Councillor Vardy mentioned, and the contributions that we make to the region towards transportation, is that we may only be spending $250,000 this year, but I wanted to be very cautious that as this evolves and as we move into future years, that the responsibility that comes back onto the town doesn't significantly increase as it goes forward. So we do have to be very cognizant of that. I have as well, though, heard from a lot of constituents that they want some way to get that door-to-door service to get where they need to go, and we are lacking in that. And I think we need to be responsive to those people that are at a disadvantage without having a car within this town, because it's very car-centric. The only other thing, too, that came out of that discussion with the region was that they're going to keep all the benefit of the gas tax and anything else that comes back from the government on a rebate or a refund towards that. And there's little places where in development charges, I think that you could capture some development charges if you have a transit system, but because the region's operating at the potential is that the benefit is retained by them, which is not a problem, other than as we move forward into future years that we're cautious as to what the commitment is for us in the budget. So I'm supportive of this from a pilot perspective, but I'm also cautious as to how it evolves.
The two people that haven't spoke yet on this are Councillor Dunstall and Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie?
I think when I campaigned, I thought that a lot of people talked about having some form of transit. And when you look to other municipalities of our size, Lincoln and Pelham, when they tried different transit options, they've come forward and said, this seems like a better idea. I do think that we need to take steps to bring transit here to Grimsby, so I'll be supporting this.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's time we move ahead. We've done a lot of background work in the past with this transit study that we did here, and I think with the GO train coming, we need to show support to public transit in some way, and it's the most economical way I've seen so far, and I think we need to show the region too that we're there to support too. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. I will speak before I let Councillor Vane have his second go around. Just about cost containment. Unlike Uber or Lyft service, the town in Innisfil, although it looked great, they were victims of their own success because it became too popular, which greatly increased the municipality's cost per of providing the service. And the Lyft model is the same way. The nice thing about the VIA model and the region, piggybacking on the region with Pelham and Lincoln, is that cost containment, because it's a dollar amount per ride, and the region is subsidizing the rest. The way the region had said, they're going to keep the cost in line. And just to further Lincoln's U-Link, when they did the actual cost per ride on U-Link, it was actually $132 a ride. is what it cost the municipality of Lincoln. So this is one time where I can say the previous council was good that they held off on it because we would have spent a lot more money. We're able to get into this with door-to-door transportation at a relatively reasonable price, and it's because it's a trial, and because the region has the backing. We're not doing it all on our own, so there's a little bit of security in numbers there, in my opinion. So I really think it is the time now, coupling with the GO station, so we can have the actual point-to-point delivery of transportation, or sorry, of transit, and it's just something that I think will move the town of Grimsby forward, and it's something that I think right now we can't afford not to do this. Councillor Vane?
Well said, Mayor Jordan. That was excellent. I agree totally with you. One thing I do want to point out, this is kind of over encompassing, including VIA and everything else. I want to put things into perspective here. A couple of the councillors here continue to say 18.46% increase. That's the town part. Overall on your tax bill, that works out to 5.17%, $190 per year, $15.84 a month, $3.65 a week, or 52 cents a day. When you think about that and you look at the list of everything we're getting from VIA to hiring economic development, we're still the second lowest as far as tax base. It's $190 a year. For what we're getting, and this will bring us up to 2020. For 30 years of not having a lot of services, the town's almost tripled in size. At some point, we've got to come to that realization. So for 52 cents a day, I will give up a third of a cup of coffee, and I will support this whole thing the way it is, including the VIA, and I totally agree with Mayor Jordan. I think what he just said was excellent. We really have to get on this. The previous council was talking about buying 40-foot buses and all that. The region was decent enough to include us in this, and I think we need to get it on the ground floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vane. Councillor Sharp?
I just have one comment, and I don't want to make too much personal disclosure, but my wife and I live in Grimsby, and I work in Grimsby. And we have two vehicles, right? We budget about $8,000 per vehicle, gas, insurance, and ownership of that vehicle. That's $16,000, and I work in town, right? So for the amount of trips to and from work, my wife and I could consider sharing a vehicle in the evenings, and I could take this VIA Transit to and from work. Would cost me around $1,500 per year to go just to and from NRB, and easy enough, I can wait the 10-20 minutes to catch the VIA or less, and then it gives me like another $6,500 to spend on maybe a nicer vehicle for my wife to drive, or savings or some stuff like that. But it truly does give us options, right? We have problems with parking. All right, in these newer developments, we provide 1.15 or 1.25 parking spaces per. There's not two vehicles per. And if you have two working adults paying for a $330,000 minimum one-bedroom apartment or more for a home or town home, you need to work. Even people that are coming here in their mid-50s, both working, both driving two vehicles. And we can give some options, right? And if you work in St. Catharines, you could take this you would have to get on in St. Catharines to their transit to get to your, but you can go to work in St. Catharines or Niagara Falls or, I don't know, what was that, CanTrust cannabis place up in Pelham. You can get up there, or it gives us options outside of just reaching our own community and people to come here. So I think it's a good idea, and I'm going to support it, as I said before.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Vardy?
I just want to say, I don't think that there's anything frivolous in what's been put before us. But I keep coming back to, what can we afford? And I know Councillor Vane keeps talking about, well, we're not going to pass it on to our children, but our children aren't going to be able to live here. And I keep going back to my 92-year-old mother-in-law in her home. she's not going to be able to afford to stay in her home if we keep raising taxes. Now, I mean, Councillor Vane has said it's only $190, but it's $190 per 100,000 of your assessed value. No? What is the... Okay, so it's 190 on 440? Okay, so okay, so when your impact goes up, how much do you think that's going to go up? Because prices have gone up in Grimsby about 30%. So our assessed value is going to go up. We're going to drive people out of our homes. Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. So I just want to say, the budget is about making hard choices. And to just say 18.6 is okay, it's just not okay in my book. And I think the overall, what does that come to on people's tax bill? 8.6% on their own. They don't care where it comes from. They just want to know the bottom line. And the bottom line is going to be, what, 8.6%? Yeah, 8.6%. Well, if you're on a fixed income, 8.6% is a huge amount of money. And when the impact goes up, you're paying 8.6, because presumably a lot of this is going to be repeating year after year. You're going to pay 8.6 of a much higher assessed value. And we're going to drive people out of their homes, people who've lived here all their lives. So I'm just really concerned about that.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Sharp has asked for a recorded vote. Would you like to move it as well? All right. And Councillor Vane, would you like to second?
Sure. Mayor Jordan, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Stephen or Harry, one of you, the document I'm looking at here, I see you keep nodding every time Councillor Vardy says 8.6 something, but what I'm looking at says town is 18.46, overall tax impact is 5.17. So which is correct, 5.17 or 8.6? Sorry?
5.17.
So it's a 5.17 overall tax impact.
Yeah, including everything.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not 8.6.
No. With
the region.
8.2, yeah.
With the region amount, it would
I'm
be
not talking about the region, I'm talking about the town only, we're not the region here.
Okay, 5.
So if the town portion is going to go up 5.17 on your overall tax bill. Okay, so that's nothing like 8.6. There's a big difference there. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Point of clarification?
All right, Mike.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, people only care about the bottom line. What are they going to pay when they have to pay their taxes with everything put together? Can you give us that figure?
That's not a clarification.
Well, Stephen, can you clarify, how much will people pay on their overall tax bill when they pay their taxes?
If everything is included in, so if everything is supported here tonight, plus the region increase, it'll be an additional $370 per annum.
And what percentage is that, please?
8.2.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp, clarification.
I'm just hoping for you, Stephen, to clarify that what we were talking about is per the average assessed home, which is 443,000 roughly. And if you can just point out what I know from my home is that my assessed value is a lot less than my sale value. I believe my home would sell for almost twice as much as what my assessed value is. And like, it's crazy, the amount that the real estate has gone up, but like, and I could see on the impact site the assessments of the homes around my home, and like they were all similar.
Just we probably should only be talking about transit now, so we keep on.
Yeah. Okay. Anyhow, if you could just clarify to Councillor Vardy that it's not the assessment per 100,000 assessment, and that our assessment is different than the sale price.
All right, we have the recorded vote. All right. Moved by Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the transit via for the 2020 budget be approved. Councillor Bothwell?
Yay.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yay.
Councillor Frake?
Yay.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yay.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yay.
Councillor Sharp?
Yay.
Councillor Bain?
Oh, definite, yeah, yippee-ki-yay.
Councillor Vardy?
Nay.
And myself, I'm a yay. So that is carried. Up next, we have communications. Question or? All right, questions about the communications component of the budget? Councillor Frake?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can you just go through again for me, Stephen or Harry, what that number means? What's included at $116,750 for communications resource? Can you give me some background, some details? I noticed some here, but.
So for the communications, we're looking at a salary of about $68,000, benefits of another $19,000. And then there's some incidental costs on top of that to establish the department, you know, computer,
Equipment.
equipment, exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
And this person, will it only be communication to public through the press? I mean, is this going to be a truly communications officer as we would know in the political scene of things?
Yes.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, if you saw the comparative report we did with Lincoln having 2 communications people plus half a resource, this one would be helping us with the community engagement we so desperately need, getting out to the community. Like we did this evaluation on the budget on the corners of our desks. Having a full-time communications person, we actually start communicating how the budget rolls out throughout the year and proper engagement. Getting the engagement beside what do we want this community to look like in 25 years with the director of planning, helping with all that community interface, two-way feedback. Also very strongly helping us with government relations. As you know, Councillor Frake, we did a pretty good job at the corners of our desks at Roma, but having someone to help us with that, tying in with the deputy ministers, getting our documents ready for AMO, get the follow-up. And then, of course, press, be our press contact with the mayor being the spokesperson, making sure we're proactive on press releases, checking social media to see what's going on around us and how we get ahead of the game. And probably the biggest thing in Grimsby is talking about our value proposition. Our value proposition to the country, to the province of what Grimsby has within its geography, on a transit line. If you think about it, probably 400 municipalities don't even have broadband internet across the province. We have internet, we have transportation, and really marketing the town of Grimsby to help with things like economic development, helping bring the creative class here. So a communication person can help with that.
Follow up. This is not something we can do through a third party, in your estimation?
I think, Councillor Frake, you and I know third party and public relations, they're probably triple that price. Even a graphics design artist is quite expensive. So trying to get someone in-house is probably a good and efficient way to do this.
Last question. Who will that person report into?
Well, through communications, we'd be looking at an office of the CAO, that communications would be a part of that because the linkage into government relations, into council, into IT to make sure our website is up to date, working closely with Philip. And and helping all divisions and all departments. So it'd be a cross-functional role.
Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. One of the functions of this job, and I don't know if there's actually been a job description written for this position, which would be interesting to know. And also, it does mention grant applications. So I know that we need to aggressively look at all new sources of funding for some of our initiatives, and grants is one of the options to make available to us. So I'm just my question is, would this person be monitoring and applying for grants for all of the departments, such as like Heritage? We're just looking for a summer student and grants for Heritage and grants for rec services. And would they be assisting with creating all the portfolios for those grant applications?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, absolutely. We get these government alerts, and they'd be on top of those and making sure, working with each and every director to make sure we're applying for applicable grants. We're doing the best we can right now, but to have someone monitor that, as you know, almost daily, weekly, of what is out there, they would help with that. And there's one other component of the job that's very important, that is emergency public officer, communications officer. We don't have one today. Sarah Sweeney's doing that in the corner of her desk, and that's another big role for this individual.
Thank you. Councillor Bothell?
Just to one quick other point on that is, I know we're just dealing with the communications resource, but I'd like to see that the if we look at the economic development position, that there be the possibility of emerging of these two positions in order to capture those benefits. And as we get into the economic development, I can talk about some of the outreach we can do with that. But I can see that this could potentially be a shared position with those two roles.
CAO?
Yes, I think I have to give my opinion on that. It's two very separate roles, and I think Mayor Jordan was here when we had the former Deputy Minister of Economic Development here talking to us about economic development for Grimsby. We have 2,500 businesses for 20 years. We haven't talked to them about how, what are their needs to grow and expand. We haven't gone to any foreign trade and, missions with the region. We've basically been off the map. That economic development officer would be full-time, full-blown, and it's a different skill set. The communication person is more of a marketeer, more of a public relations person. We've talked about this a lot at GDAC. So I was looking at a combination originally a long time ago, but I've actually seen that it needs to be two separate skills.
Thank you. Any further questions? Need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Vane moved. Councillor Ritchie second. Yeah. I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the communications for the 2020 budget be approved. Councillor Bothwell?
Nay, as it stands.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Nay.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yay.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Nay, can't afford it.
And I say yes. So that is carried. Up next, we have the economic development recommendation. Questions on the economic? Councillor Frake?
Right up front, supported 100%. This is something that we have been waiting for a long time, and we finally moved, I think, into the limelight. We finally got our Economic Development Committee reporting directly in the council. We've had many, many discussions about this, and we really, truly need someone that's truly 100% focused on economic development in Grimsby. So I like this. I think the sooner we get to this, the better, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frake. Councillor Vardy?
Surprise, surprise. I think it's a great idea. Anything that'll generate revenue is a good idea. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Frake, would you like to move it?
I would definitely move it.
And Councillor Vardy, second? Moved by Councillor Frerick, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the economic development for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the updated legal budget. Questions? Councillor Frick?
Not a question, more so a comment. What kind of a question as well? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I assume that all of the legal discussions and things that we discussed in closed session to do with LPAT and a lot of other things which I can't see in open session will be dealt with through this legal support. I think it's long overdue. I think we have a lot of potential legal things coming up, and I believe this is one that I would definitely support. Hopefully the $250,000 is enough. Anyway, I do support it. Thanks. I do support it.
Any further questions? I just have, I don't know if it's more of a question or a comment. I just were our legal fees kind of in the individual departments in the past, so they were kind of hidden or spread out?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, not hidden, just,
well,
yes, yes. Sorry.
Yeah. Some people were trying to find them may say that they've been hidden.
Exactly,
but,
yeah. And what we've done now is we've removed it from all the individual budgets and moved it up to a corporate budget.
Okay, well, that's certainly one for transparency doing that.
Absolutely.
All right. Seeing no further questions, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Sharp moved and Councillor Cadwell second. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the legal for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now, which is park specialists. Sarah, you can field any questions. Councillor Vane?
I have had the pleasure of working with Sarah Sweeney since pretty much well before day one, and I know several of us have, and we all have a tremendous amount of respect for her. One thing that I have said when the new town manager, Mr. Schlang, started, the first thing I said to him was, you've got to get Sarah to slow down. The poor lady's constantly working. I mean, I would like to crack jokes and say she puts her feet on her desk, but I don't think she ever has time because her feet are constantly moving. This position is 30 years old. It was recommended 30 years ago. And one of the first things I noticed when I came to this town was that Parks and Rec is severely depressed and deprived of what it needs. I'm going to really ask that council please consider this one seriously. We've got, as Sarah said herself, we've got so many new parks and stuff and things like Southward. We talk sometimes about the different things that need to be done. So I really would hope that the council will give this one serious consideration, please, and thank you.
Yes, Sarah?
Well, thank you, first of all. But just to correct, the position that's 30 years due is the programming position. This one still has quite a need as well, but just to clarify, that 30-year-old one is the other one, but everything else you said is bang on.
Councillor Bothwell, then Councillor Cadwell.
I echo, I know how dedicated and hard Director Sweeney works. This position, I just have a question. I know that you're trying to get to everything and the plate is pretty full. I saw in the budget $50,000 for a trails master plan, and I know that there's a lot of desire by the community to get that moving. Will this person also be helping with that? And just wondered, thanks.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, absolutely. So what this position again can do is really look at how we utilize all of our different park spaces to really make that shine, right, and really maximize that value, and look at it too with new developments, really have that lens on it. So it's sort of this continual process.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you to Sarah. This position, Sarah, would it also be some involvement with the Canada Games that are coming to Grimsby, to obviously at our Southward Sports Park, and also would this person could be connected a little bit just to, obviously enhance Grimsby, and this is a big event coming, to the Niagara region. So would that be part of the envelope a little bit too?
Through you, Mayor Jordan. And again, yes, because we are a small department, everybody has a little bit of their hands in everything. So this person would really be able to connect all of these pieces together. So with the games, we will have to do some enhancements to the park. So they'll have a good lens to that. And as well, we're still growing in that park. We still have spaces that we can develop in times in terms of activities that can be there, tree planting, all those things. And they can really pull those pieces together. Rather than looking at individual sections, they can look at all of those needs and really help grow that park into what its potential is.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Vane, seconder Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Vane, seconded by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the park specialist for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the tree planting budget. Councillor Vane.
Sorry. This one well, as Director Sweeney and Councillor Bothwell, I think would support, is something that's very big to the people in the community. The Green Committee for one, and I think if we look at an overall bigger picture, climate change wise, they say right now that we can probably reverse climate change. All we have to do is plant a trillion trees. So I figure Grimsby could do its part, maybe a couple of billion in Grimsby somewhere. But we one of the things that Director Sweeney and I have talked about is adding more trees to Southward Park. Director Sweeney talked about an evergreen lane or a Christmas tree lane, which is great, but we can also look at putting memorial trees, having little plaques on them, people pay for them themselves. So I personally think we're a little bit under the budget here on this. I mean, I would like to see more approach TD Friends of the Environment again, because they did already help us with about, I believe, 125 trees. So I think there's areas we can approach, but I'd also think we need to do a little bit more in this area. So I think that's a little bit low. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vane. Councillor Cadwell, then Councillor Frey, then Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'll be real quick. I think it's great, the ideas that Councillor Vane brought up, because also the TD, don't they have a tree planting program up at Southward? But my point is, too, to invest in something like this, I'm sure we can get partnerships, different businesses, as just to be, promoted, and because climate change is on everybody's on their minds. So I think this is a great program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Frey.
Let's plant lots of trees. I remember last year hearing Prime Minister Trudeau commit to planting 1 billion trees. That's all the trees. I don't know where that particular conversation went, but I'm assuming there's going to be some grants available for planting trees. Is that true?
I don't know that specific fund, but certainly I think you are going to see these things come up. And certainly, normally they're not 100% of a gift either, right? Usually there's a bit of a cost sharing. So hopefully we can use this money. I've already been in touch with TD tree program about this year. I think we can hopefully get them back. So we can take these dollars and definitely grow them and extend them and do some more with them. That trillion trees thing, that is a number. It may have come from that. Somewhere there's a climate scientist that said to help reverse climate change, you need to plant 1 trillion trees. So Bob LaRue, our former Director of Public Works, and I actually broke that down to population. It's like 126 trees per person or something, and that's everybody in the world. So it just kind of gives you perspective of how much you actually need. So we'll go as far as we can with our dollars, but I think that's where some of that comes from. Just something to think about.
I don't have enough room in my backyard for 126 trees, but I'll try.
Thank you.
To just piggyback off of what Councillor Cadwell said, a lot of businesses actually promote this type of program. I'm sure there's lots of them in Grimsby. I know my son in California has a business, and for every $1,000 that is spent in his business, he plants a tree. So those things are out there, and I think we should try and, through with our new communications person, we should be out pushing the community to plant trees, or maybe one that has a home, and to push this particular program through. $34,000 may look small, but I mean, if we get a lot of people involved in planting trees, I think this might end up being very well. I do agree that $34,000 is probably not enough. That's not a lot of trees, because I know it costs a lot to plant a tree. I don't know if you have to what that cost is. Do you know what the cost is to plant a tree? If we had to hire a third party or someone to do it?
It would totally depend on the size of the tree. So it really varies. It's not a huge amount, and it's also, if you do them in a group, it's much easier as well. Programs like TD Trees, it's free, so as much as possible we can use those types of things as well. But a lot of the tree planting is rolled into the purchase of the tree and all that as well. So it's quite a range.
Anyways, I do support this. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think it's an excellent idea. I love trees. It's one of my favorites, especially being on heritage. So I hope that we can also look at not just planting trees, but doing an inventory of the trees that are of value to Grimsby at some point, whether that's through a study and putting some funding aside to inventory heritage trees or trees of a certain age or trees on public property that we need to protect, or varieties of trees that we have here and what we might be lacking and what we should be looking at bringing in, which native trees to increase that canopy. So I think it's not just planting them, it's understanding what we already have as our resources, and we have the Irish Grove woodlot, but we also have a lot of mature trees that are extremely significant and old within this town that we need to look at how healthy they are and how we can protect those. So I did notice in the budget that there's another number of other departments that also have tree planting budgets. Public Works has a number of them, and they have a $20,000 budget for materials and stuff. So just can you expand on, there's a number of different GL entries for tree materials and planting, and some of them are $20,000, $15,000 in another spot. So there's little places around there. How do they impact the tree budget that you're asking for?
Sure. So yes, this $34,000 is to increase the budgets that exist. So there are already tree budgets that exist. But again, some of these newer projects and increasing the amount of trees, that's where we're trying to go. So this isn't the only amount that you'll have, it's an increase. So the road certainly has their own for street trees as well. So it will be some of the, this money is for ash borer management. So it is expanding what does exist.
Thank you. Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'll be quick. I think this is a great program because I've just been following the city of St. Catharines and the city of Burlington. These types of programs, they grow and they expand to the public, you know, to the homeowners. I've seen that where there's incentives through their own tree planting programs to reach out to the homeowners to plant more trees too. Yeah, maybe we can look in what the city of St. Catharines, I believe the city of Burlington too is doing something like that too. But it's a great program, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Seeing no further questions, we just need a mover and seconder. Councillor Vane and Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the tree planting for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Parks and Playgrounds. Questions? Questions on Parks and Playgrounds? Seeing none, mover and seconder. Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the Parks and Playgrounds for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we have the winter control. Questions? Councillor Vardy?
I wonder if someone can explain to me what's the difference with this versus what we already pay in our budget that's going up 2%.
There's no difference. It's just an increase in investment. So we have been over the last few years running deficits in winter control. So we're not actually keeping pace with the expenditures from what we budget. And this is basically making sure there's enough money in the budget to meet those expenditures. So we're basically making sure our budget is accurately reflecting what the cost is. Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen. Any further questions? Need a mover and seconder? Councillor Cadwell and Councillor Bain. Oh, question?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. To Stephen or our CAO, under the, okay, this was a winter control run. Okay. It's got nothing to do with parking lots or anything like that. Okay. I'll be bringing that up later. Thank you.
All right, we have a mover and seconder anyway. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the winter control for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have the Grimsby Beach Study. Questions? Councillor Dunstall?
We've already proceeded with this one already, haven't we? So we.
No, I don't think it's been proceeded with, has it? It's a prerequisite for the. Right.
Yeah, it's a so we have to, we have to go ahead with it.
Yeah, but
Pretty
some
much.
people may want to talk about it, that's all. We need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Frake. Oh, that's fitting because it's in your wards. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Grimsby Beach study for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have the Irish Grove Woodlot study. Councillor Bothwell?
I'm just going to comment on this for a point of clarity that I think at the time that it got added into the presentation, the priorities of the Heritage Committee had not been fully fleshed out or confirmed, and it was reconfirmed at the most recent February 4th Heritage Committee meeting that priority should, for a cultural heritage landscape, should technically be the Main Street downtown as the second phase of the Main Street East being the first phase request. I would suggest that be amended to reflect that as the priority of heritage, which was passed by planning as well. And it was inadvertently put in as Irish Grove because we'd received instruction from the Director of Planning that the Irish Grove Woodlot at the time has enough protections in place that it wasn't as high a priority at this point. Considering that it does fall into the region's woodlot program. We're now dealing with some other factors with regards to Livingston Extension and things like that we have to deal with. But to entertain the cultural heritage landscape at this point in time just wasn't the priority of the committee. And at this point, we're going to look at other ways to deal with other tools that we have in our toolbox for the Irish Grove. In the meantime, the intent was that the priorities be the Main Street East cultural heritage landscape, then the downtown as phase 2. And I'm just adding this, that it's a staggered approach. We want to see all of Main Street as a cultural heritage landscape, actually as a heritage conservation district, which encompasses sort of the cultural heritage landscape, but gives it a little bit more control. And the intent of the Heritage Committee was that these be done in phases and steps. So this can potentially be moved to next year if the understanding that 50,000 is applied towards the Main Street downtown portion of the Cultural Heritage Landscape Initiative. And then the third phase would be in the third year, which would be Main Street West. The only thing we may have is with regards to the funding for the phase 2 of this Cultural Heritage Landscape Main Street downtown is the cost at 50,000. We may be looking at 100, and so in which case I'm suggesting that when we look at this overall budget, we look at the 50K assigned for this particular one, plus the downtown parking study, which in conjunction with this 50K would create actually it's 100,000 for the downtown parking study. So the 150 should encompass enough financial support in phase 2, which is next fiscal year, to cover the in-depth studying that's required for the Heritage Conservation District or Cultural Heritage Landscape for the downtown, and including a parking component. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. I would suggest that if we're going to look at voting on this one, that it be voted in conjunction with the Main Street East motion and with regards to the downtown parking study, and somehow showing that those are all interrelated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So if there's an item coming up, and that is the Main Street East Cultural Heritage District, it comes up later. But so that if we include that this year, and then if next year there's another expense for the Main Street downtown, and if the following year there's another expense for the Main Street West, I mean, essentially that budget item covers part 1 this year, and then it's still in there next year for part 2, and then it's still in there the following year for part 3, and then the following year it can get either reassigned to something else or removed from the budget. And so I would support removing this, and I don't want it to sound like I don't support the Irish Grove woodlot. I mean, the region of Niagara just spent in the neighborhood of $250,000 doing an environmental assessment, and they recommend putting a road through there, which I don't support, but I'm not sure if this was meant to be included where it is, so I won't support it.
Councillor Vane.
I agree with what Councillor Sharp just said, but I also want to add one question too. We're talking about Main Street East, Main Street Downtown, and Main Street West. From what I know of Main Street, we're talking Main Street. My apologies. I'm sorry. I'm thinking Livingston. Okay, yeah, I agree with Councillor Sharp. I'm going to not support this.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think I'm sure everybody's well aware of Council's position on the Grimsby woodlot. I guess I'm just thinking, is it a priority right now? Because this is the first I've really seen of it. So I think maybe we could defer it, because I don't believe it's, from a timing perspective, we need to do it this year, but not to say that it's, you know, if something comes up, and again, Councillor Sharp's comments with the environmental assessment. So, yeah, I think if we're looking for a little bit of, I'll say cuts, I think I would look at that for this year anyways, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Bothwell, you.
I understand what you're saying about whether we're going to cut it or whatever. If there's a way to note somehow in the budget that it was not noted correctly in the presentation, that it should have been the priority of the Heritage Committee, which was Main Street Downtown. So it's not that it was supposed to be there, it wasn't supposed to be there. It was supposed to be the Main Street Downtown, and that we look at deferring it for next fiscal, not just totally removing it.
Yeah, we could vote to defer it. Or actually, probably the best housekeeping is vote to defeat it, and I understand that it wasn't really in the heritage. It was just part of the strategic plan, and with the Livingston Avenue extension, the timelines being long on that, it's not the fight to fight right now. Even though I support the Irish Grove woodlot 100%, and there's no way I want the Livingston Avenue extension to go through. and that Carolinian forest to be threatened in any way. But I think right now we have time on our side for that. So I recommend, well, my opinion is to defeat this, and then that frees up some money in the budget for the other study. Councillor Bothwell?
Sorry, I'm just going to clarify one more time. I totally agree with everything you said. It's just the cultural heritage landscape isn't the right tool for us to use to protect it. So that's basically what we're saying. Thank you.
Okay, I understand. So mover and a seconder? Councillor Frake and Councillor Bain? Moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the Irish Grove woodlot for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? Opposed? So that is defeated. But we're still going to protect it. Up next, we have fire transfer to reserves. Questions? Chief Thompson, do you want to comment? No.
Just stretching.
Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Thompson, one question actually. The new recruits, have they included in this? The recruits that you just hired for this year?
Yes, through you, Worship. Yes, they are.
All right, so we're not. This is not extra on top of that. These are okay. Good. Thank you.
Any further questions? Need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the fire transfer to reserves for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the fire staffing day crew for the 2020 budget. Questions? Seeing none, mover and seconder. Bain and Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the fire staffing day crew for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have a recreational programmer. Questions? Councillor Frake?
You're shooting for the stars. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This time around. I know you did last year as well. We cut some of the things back on you last year. The last item here, support initiatives such as transportation, Grimsby Green, parks, and facilities engagement, youth engagement, and age-friendly initiatives. Can you just elaborate on the youth engagement and the age-friendly initiatives part of this? The rest of it is pretty straightforward. Thank you, sir.
So again, a lot of this comes from our master plan. There was, I think it's 114 recommendations that came out of it. And certainly one of them was engaging the youth better than maybe we currently do. So some of it could be offering some programs and services for youth. Some of it's going to be working with the Fort to making sure if there's different things that we can do to help provide, you know, a space partnership or activities, and just finding those different ways that we can provide resources to youth to make sure they have things to do. They have options to choose from for recreation. In terms of age-friendly, we do have our Grimsby Seniors Club. It's very much led by volunteers, and we are seeing that shift as well. And there's a demand for more direct programming, taking art classes, learn how to do certain classes. So part of that role would be doing more with our active agers.
So are we not doing any of those things now?
We're doing a bit of it, but we're not doing near what we should be doing.
So what you're saying is you're doing it. What you're saying is you're doing it. I think after waiting 30 years, Sarah, I think you're entitled to your recreation programmer. Thank you.
I must just say I have to give credit to Trevor because he's doing a lot of it. But he works extremely hard, and we're just at a point that it's very difficult to keep up, as I said, with what we're doing now, let alone to actually move into where we need to be.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you to Sarah. The recreation programmer is part of that person's job. Is it? I know we also rent school gyms and all that stuff to continue to keep some of our programs up and running. Is that, how would that work? And then I guess what I'm trying to get a point to, Sarah, is that the DSBN, we're pretty lucky in our relationship with being able to use schools. If you can maybe just reflect a little bit to the position to that, if there's any common ground there. Thank you.
Sure. So definitely we do have programs in the schools. We have a gymnastics program. We use it in the summer as well. Contrary to opinion, the schools are actually very well used. There isn't really space available in them. They're very well used. By Grimsby Basketball is a large, the largest user for sure. Part of what our department does too is community development. So that is something that would probably remain with our current recreation coordinator. So working with some of these groups and seeing if they need space or if they need help with getting their program growing. How do they get their message out there? That's a big piece of what we need to be doing in our department that's kind of sometimes falling by the wayside, not because there isn't the intention and ability to do it, it's just time. So growing both of those pieces, by adding this other person, we're actually going to elevate both of those different roles, community development and then the direct programming pieces as well.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, I'll be quick, Mayor. Thank you. Just good point to your growth of the programs, Sarah. I was at the arena yesterday and I ran into the president of GABA, the Grimsby Amateur Baseball, and they had registration going on yesterday, and they've already doubled the number of registrations from yesterday to a year to what they had last year. So programs are very, very popular and growing. So yeah, thank you, and I support this.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other questions? Mover and a seconder? Councillor Dunstall? Councillor Bain? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the recreational programmer for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the holiday lighting. Questions? Councillor Bothwell?
Fireworks?
Well, the intention of this resource was more of light bulbs, but fireworks at some point is something that may want to resurface for discussion.
Councillor Sharp?
So Director Sweeney and I had some conversations about the tree lighting and how important I think it is. And so I also like the fireworks. And I remember we talked about that fireworks in the winter cost less money than in the summer. Something to do. Can you recap me on that?
It's probably more, they probably don't cost less money. The show we did in the winter was less money. It was also a shorter show, and it was a smaller show in terms of height, just because of where we did it. So depending on where you do it, you're limited in height size, shell size, a variety of things like that. So it was probably more, if you're comparing the two, the winter one was definitely smaller, but that's more because of its scope than probably the dollars. It might be a little bit less because the demand is a little bit less, but I think it's more to do with that.
Yeah, I just think on timing, because this is holiday lighting, I think we're getting a little off topic, and we're probably going to be here to midnight anyway, so. Councillor Frake?
I'll be quick. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You remember this past season, the running around we did the last minute to get this into place, and I think you remember that as well. And we had to just find these last minute sponsors. Hopefully next year we're going to have a much better laid out program and plan and project plan, because it was, we need to light up downtown at Christmas time. It is, we just need to look like we are in the program 100% rather than running around. Is $13,000 going to be enough? That's my question. Because we seem to have been scraping the bottom of the barrel in the last year.
We could double that for sure. $13,000 will give us at least the ability to continue doing what we're doing and grow it. The hope is that we can take that money and find other partners that keep growing it, and year by year by year keep growing it at a steady pace. And to your point about a better collective and collaborative effort, absolutely. We've talked to some of the key partners involved to be ahead of it earlier in the game. We'll also know what we have to work with resources, and make sure we're really pulling all the pieces together to get our best value too.
Thank you. Any further questions? I just have one comment about the lighting, and Councillor Frake and I did work quite hard on it, along with Chair of the DIA, Mike Willscroft. And it is something that has great potential. If you look at Spencer Smith Park in Burlington, and they are number one, they've worked really hard. It started with over the last 15 years or so, and they've added piece by piece. And we can certainly do that, both the Main Street and Coronation Park on a smaller scale, but I think Coronation Park has potential to be extremely effective as a showpiece, and I think bits at a time we can work at that. So without further ado, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Frake and Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Frake. I'll get you. Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the holiday lighting for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have the wayfinding study. Questions? Councillor Bothwell?
I don't know if someone can help me out from GDAC maybe on the regions initiatives that are going on, because I thought they were just coming out with some new assistance to municipalities on wayfinding and some commonalities or something.
I do know that the region did not proceed with their wayfinding strategy for this year. I think I'm not sure if it was delayed, deferred. It was canceled, I think, right?
It was certainly canceled for this year. I don't know if they deferred it or just, I can't remember whether it was deferred or just outright pulled back, but it certainly is not going ahead for 2020. Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I had a question during the presentation. Is this a wayfinding study or is this wayfinding?
This would be the study. So it would be deciding where you want to put signs, what do they want to look like, what needs to be on them, and if there was anything remaining, then we would actually put it towards the pieces. But this is the study.
Councillor Sharp?
So is it potential that, so say, what am I looking at here? Wayfinding study, $16,000 ends up in the budget this year, potentially. And say that we do the study, and then next year, once the study's done, we use that money for some of the wayfinding. And is there any projection at costs from the recommendations of this study?
I don't have that at this time. It was something that would come along, but some of this would be built into some of other parks and playgrounds pieces even too, right? So for example, as I think I mentioned earlier, a lot of our parks don't have a signage hall right now, and we really do need to change that. We need to have an address on there. Some of that can come into the parks and playgrounds renewal. So as we go along, we'll be able to do some of it. So it doesn't have to be a one-shot deal as well, but it will give us that guideline to follow. So as we're doing these new signs, we have some consistent looks and we have proper placement.
Councillor Dunstall?
I have to go back 10 years when I was the chamber president, and Alderman Cadwell at the time, now Councillor Cadwell, said, we've got to do something about wayfinding signage in this town. That was 2010. Yeah, do you remember that? And we're still talking. I think we need to do something about it. I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Vane?
Yeah, really quick question, Sarah. Sometimes when I drive up and down the highway, I notice they're replacing a lot of the signs right now. Are we going to be doing anything on the highway? Just to different things, whether it be the museum or the art gallery or anything like that, to in addition to the in-town stuff, because we've got to get the people in the town first.
That's not the scope of this specific study. Certainly you can get into those things. That's a whole other can of worms, quite to be honest. It's MTO. I think they're called tom rooms. It's quite a big program that's outside of the scope.
If I can interrupt, I think it's called Todd's, and it's actually a company. I think it might even be an American company, quite honestly, because I did look into it personally a few years ago, and it's very expensive. It's poorly maintained, and it's not the government run. It used to be run by MTO, but they contracted it out, and it's fine for quite large corporations. And I think 7 or 8 years ago I looked at it just for the garden center, and it was something like $1,200 a month for the sign. And if you added signs on, that was on the QE, if you added at Highway 8, you had to pay. You pay per sign, essentially per month. So it is quite expensive to do it that way. But that being said, we do have other properties that are that have QE access, so they're private property. So we could maybe look into something like the Grimsby Power area and use their property to do our own signage. It would be probably cost effective. And it's probably a good idea to think of, not now, and I'm going off topic, but yes. I need a mover and a seconder for the wayfinding. Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Cadwell. All in favor? That's all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Up next, we have the Welcome Center. Councillor Vane.
Excuse me. I want to thank GDAC for their excellent work on the Welcome Center up until this point. I see that we've worked out a deal with the manager of the Welcome Center kiosk where we are. And one thing that I personally have felt for a very long time, especially since my neighbor from next door comes to my house one day and dropped 10 brochures at my front door to tell me that we had nothing for Grimsby in there. I would really like to see more use made of that Welcome Center, short of having a winery in there, which I think we should have as well, but that's not up to us as a town. But I think Grimsby really has a lot to offer. We have a lot of great things here in town, and I would like to see the Welcome Center possibly look at putting in a part-time staffer, maybe on just weekends or something, just as a pilot project even. I think $7,000 is not going to do anything. I think we have a lot to offer in the way of tourism. We want to promote our businesses. We want people eating in our restaurants, staying in our hotels. If all we're advertising is Niagara Falls and Niagara on the Lake, what good are we doing? We're wasting our time and our money. So I think we should really be looking at increasing this to include the possibility of a part-time person, even a student over the summer, just something to get people into our town. You know, a student or somebody could just say, hey, listen, there's a great restaurant that we got here, or if you have to stay overnight, whatever. I mean, I know working with Director Sweeney in the past, we have tried to get various events into town, and that's been through a lot of hard work and through working with people in the town, but I think we're missing a real opportunity at that Welcome Center. So I think this budget should be increased.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must admit I wasn't a big supporter of the Welcome Center when I first came to Grimsby, but I learned to like it, and I've got to meet Brian Purdy and see what he does. And I don't think $7,000 is a lot of money to put into this project. Just a question I have is who in staff here will be coordinating with them, like supervising what happens there from our perspective? I mean, is there someone that's assigned to that from here?
Me. I just want to provide a bit of clarification. So right now, the lease that we have there ends in the end of April, and the direction that was given was to no longer occupy that space. So the $7,000 that is in here is instead of that. So as of May 1st, we won't be permanently occupying that space. That was the choice. Instead, we will still have presence there, but it will be more in the form of materials that then the Brian Purdy and his team would help promote. So just to be clear, what is on the table. It's not $7,000 more into that space. This is instead of the space. I just want to make sure, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. But in terms of how we will deal with the space with the $7,000, that would be myself and our team, and we would be restocking that material and doing some work there. We do want to do an enhanced map because I completely agree with Councillor Vane. We do need to improve some of the materials that we have there. The good thing is every time we improve any of those materials, they improve what we have at the Peachking Center, the library, other spaces as well. So we know that we need them in all of those different places, including a visitor guide, some of those other things.
Just a quick follow-up. So the material that's going to be developed to go there, is that going to be developed by us, by you, by your department, or number of departments? And the other part of the same question is that at the DIA meeting, a lot of the merchants are quite eager to also put something in that center, but I don't think they know how to go about it. I mean, I think they need some coordination. Maybe you can help. There is an opportunity there. So, yeah, I guess who's going to develop the materials? Who's going to make sure that it's stocked and it's up to date?
So I think the answer is we will. We'll do it in a collaboration with other partners in the municipality, I'm sure, as we always do, but we'll be taking the lead on that one to see that that gets done.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And you know what? I think as council, having, I'll call it maybe 1 year ownership to the kiosk, you know, we tried, we did, and with the support of GDAC back, you know, there was challenges though, obviously, like Sarah's overloaded, but we were able to at least get Mr. Purdy was able to get students. So he had students, just so council's aware of what happened in the past. I think he had 2 students usually there in our Grimsby kiosk there. I think it's a good investment, obviously with the, you know, and more would be better, but at least we're starting with something. And to me, the important thing there is getting into those TVs, advertising on those TVs that are all around the facility, because, man, I think it's 1.7 people a year go in there, and a lot of them are eating. And what are they looking at? If they're not, well, hopefully not always on their phones, but they're, you know, looking at. So there's a good potential of advertising, marketing Grimsby with events and things like that. Maybe our communications person can be also, I don't know, but, you know, I mean, to help out somewhat possibly, but, you know, anyways, I think it's a good investment for Grimsby. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything over on that side? Nothing? Okay, Councillor Vane again.
I just want to try suggest a friendly amendment to the motion here to bump that amount up to cover the $1,200 a month for the rental or whatever we're paying for, the $1,200 a month now, plus some money put aside for the summer to hire 2 students so that we can have 2 students working there pretty much 7 days a week. I guess we split it between the 2 of them, and they're focused simply on Grimsby. I think summertime is an awesome time to really promote us. So I just want to suggest a friendly amendment. I'll defer to Councillor Dunstall because he has more experience with this, but that's my suggestion.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, Your Honor. The summer students, if we were to go ahead and do that, Councillor Vane would have no place to stand because we're giving up that section of the horseshoe, correct? All that this money will do is allow us to supply brochures in certain sections of the horseshoe, and I think the screens and the backlit. Oh, and there's a backlit too. So where the space we had, or we have currently, is gone at April the 1st. So he'll probably lease that out to somebody else.
Councillor Vane?
Sorry, my amendment is to maintain what we have, so pay the current fee, yes, and then in addition to that, add the students on top of that. So we're probably looking about 35,000, which I think, in all honesty, I think we would get that. Oh, look at that, eh? But I think from that, I think we would more than get our money back in as far as sales generated, visits to our attractions and stuff like that. It's just my opinion. It's a suggestion. I'll go with the balance of council.
Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Bothell.
So before I was on council and right up until the election, I used to volunteer at the Gateway kiosk, and I went in there I did it probably 6 months. I went every Saturday, and so there's a lot of people that come through, and there's value to having that in Grimsby and in Niagara, but as far as I'm understanding is that we've decided not to take, so there's two halves of the kiosk, and then there's like a whole pamphlet area, and the Brian Purdy through the Niagara Tourism Association, whatever it's called, so they have backlit signs and they have TVs that you can advertise on, and they have this big brochure section, and so essentially what we're proposing here is that we rent space from him for our brochures and we have a backlit sign, and I think that from my understanding that we've had discussions with Mr. Purdy, whom I know very well, and I think that he is accommodating us, and I think that we are. I don't think we're sinking the Gateway from doing this, and it sounded to me at one point that he may have another client lined up for that space. So if we, I think that this ball is already moving, and I think that making an amendment right now is premature.
Councillor Vane, would you like to withdraw it, or? Oh, sorry,
No,
Councillor
I still.
Bothwell first.
Sorry, I still want to go ahead with it.
All right. Councillor Bothwell.
Maybe you can clarify a bit for me, Director Sweeney. The region also supports the Gateway and provides $15,000 a year in lease costs annually for the cost of the lease of that space, and they're in partnership with the Niagara West Tourism Association and the Economic Development Department of the region. The Tourism Partnership of Niagara, TPM, was established in 2010. It's one of the 13 tourism offices. So am I hearing that the portion we have, like the region is paying a portion of the lease of that area as well? And then I also understand that they did have a business plan for the visitor, the Welcome Center that in 2018 was reviewed by GDAC, and there was some support from DIA and GDAC, $200 a month, and we contributed $14,400 a year roughly towards that lease cost. And there was a long-range plan for it to become self-sustaining or to have some larger revenues coming in through some initiatives that Mr. Purdy was going to be looking at, and his plan was to be self-sufficient by this point. And I think anything we can do to help support just having a presence there is great, but I know we also contributed, you provided a number of students and staff to help initially when in 2018 or 2018, whatever, and then the student complement. So I'm just wondering where that business plan went and how we got to where we are now, and if the region is still, what portion they have involvement.
So your description's largely right as I understand it. I did inherit this project in 2018 as well. So some of the previous history, I'm going on the same reports that you're reading. My understanding was a report was taken to GDAC through as part of the committee, and that yes, they were going to do a bunch of fundraising. They had some coupon booklets, a variety of ways of collecting advertising. I think a lot of that just didn't occur, largely because there wasn't the staff to really back that up and support it. Now, I'm speaking on behalf of others, and I could be wrong, but that's my understanding of it. The region does fund the kiosk booth there. I think they have another 2.5 years to go as part of the current agreement. And then we were paying rent for that space through Niagara West Tourism Association, which they use to offset their operating costs.
Councillor Dunstan.
I just want to say I'll support Randy Vane's amendment.
Plus the rent. We have to pay. Plus the cost of the students. No, there is on the right side, there's a booth part that goes out.
CAO?
I just want to be clear in the amendment that it's either 38 to 40,000. So going from 7 to 38 to 40,000 for us to do everything that Councillor's saying and doing it right. So.
Councillor Bothwell?
I'm sorry. I understand there's an amendment on the floor. I'm a little hesitant because I saw a business plan in 2018 that didn't transpire, and I think moving forward with putting additional monies into this budget without having an economic development officer in place or a business plan presented to us is premature. I'm not ready to put additional money into something where we don't have a firm outline of what those expectations are.
Councillor Barty?
I just want to reinforce what Councillor Bothwell has said. We've approved an economic development officer. Let them see where the money is best invested.
Through you, Chair, I want to be clear, the economic development officer is not going to work in the Gateway. That decision's been made. The economic developer is going to work on business expansion with existing businesses. What we were going to do is through the community services component, the proposal we made, the 7,000, to do a best case scenario on getting people to our community through the brochures and wayfinding. But yeah, so.
Councillor Barty, then Councillor Bain.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just in follow-up, I wasn't proposing that the economic development officer work in the Gateway, but if we're talking about increasing this 7,000 to 40,000, maybe an economic development officer would have a better idea about how to spend those $33,000, and I'd rather wait till they got here to have them make an assessment of how best to spend that money, and we could do the 7,000 now, and then later take the advice of the expert we're bringing in.
I think I can help with that, because when I was at the region, our economic development officer team recommended that we not support the Gateway from an economic development perspective. From a community events perspective, a community services perspective, on pride in the community, yes, but I will say that person would probably recommend not supporting it from an economic development point of view. That doesn't mean it's not important to you as council from a community services point of view. So I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver when this person comes on board.
Councillor Bain.
I think one thing we need to be very clear of, and I think people are missing this point, we can do 7,000 now and lose that space forever, because it's very clear Mr. Purdy's already got somebody else in mind. If we want to wait for somebody else to come and tell us that, yes, we'll get more people directed into town when we have our festivals and our restaurants and whatever specials we're having on, that's great. You can put it up on the wall and hope somebody's not looking at their phone. The idea is to have somebody there during the summer to speak to the people, let them know what's going on in Grimsby. This is not meant to bring in new business, as an economic development officer has done. This is to promote our town. All I'm suggesting is for the summer, try it for the summer. See what happens. You know, it's a one-shot deal. If it doesn't work, then we don't do it again. But if we give up that space now, it's gone. We're not going to get it back. So it's either 7,000 and we just put a couple of brochures, hope for the best, or we go to 38,000 and we give it a shot to make it actually work and get business into town. I'm not looking to create new businesses here. I want to promote the businesses we have. DIA is a good example. There's all kinds of things in this town, and actually haven't had the opportunity to drive around this town. There's some fantastic things. We just don't get people in here. What we have happening in Grimsby, look at how busy that is. And the other things we have going on. So we need to get the people into the town to spend the money in the town, not to bring in new business. That's the economic development. Two totally different things. So either we go with a couple of brochures and hope for the best, or we try and get people into town with a person. That's the options we have.
Councillor Sharp?
So, like I said, the Gateway is near and dear to me, and there are people at the Gateway. They have one half that on the weekends and on certain days and evenings of the week, there's people there, and these people, like myself, I used to volunteer there. I'd go in on Saturday mornings, and a lot of people come in there and they ask the number one question: where's the washroom? All right? And I'm like, it's over that way. All right? It's number one question that everyone asks. But then there's a good deal of people that come in and they want to know what's going on, and we tell them about the volunteer. I wasn't there as an employee or a counselor. I was volunteering with Brian Purdy, and so we tell them, like, come out to go to 40 Creek. It's right down the road. We give them kind of directions how to get to 40 Creek. You can go in for tours. We tell them Dillon's Distilleries, or it's in Lincoln, but I was a volunteer at the Gateway, not there on Grimsby's behalf. And then the wineries, they're the business card size free wine tasting tours. And so I would learn on the map, because there's a wine route map, and I learned, like, these three wineries are like within walking distance of each other. You can go and park here, and you can go to this winery, and this winery. That one's got a restaurant. You can have 3 wine tastings for free, right? And then you can get something to eat, and you can buy a bottle of their wine, and this is what they're trying to do. And we can do the same thing through the volunteers at the Niagara Gateway Tourism Information Center. And in the past, we had a budget for this, for the other half, and we had difficulty staffing. We had difficulty getting people in there. And so by purchasing some space and having a backlit sign and supporting the Gateway, these volunteers will work on our behalf. All right, these people, good-hearted people, community-minded, come out there and tell you all about what's going on, and they say, hey, by the way, on your way to Niagara Falls, stop in Grimsby at the festival we have going on, or the fruit stands that we have, and they're doing that for free, not for $40,000. So, while I understand where you're coming from, and I will support the original motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell, then Councillor Frey.
Thank you. Just want to add, I do support the initial proposal. I am concerned that we do not have a budget or a work plan here from Mr. Purdy, or any kind of a report that says how to increase this or how to go back to, because the original budget in 2018 didn't pan out. It didn't end up being, and there was support, and the town provided 14,400 plus rec staff support plus students, and we've been doing that for a couple of years now, and we're at this point. So something wasn't working. So until we fix what wasn't working, I don't want to throw money at it, and I'd like to see a plan. This is a good start. Let's keep it going. We still have our identity. We still have our presence there, and I'm sure Director Sweeney can look at how that morphs into the next year. The budget for this position came out of our planning budget. So it's still in our planning budget. Our planning budget is starved right now. We have no reserves. We have no money to do a lot of the stuff we need to do in planning, and it's still in planning's budget. And it's actually in there for 2020 for $11,800. So I think if it's going to be looking at being supported further, I think we have to move it out of planning and either put it under rec services or an appropriate location in the budget where it belongs.
Thank you. Councillor Frick, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going through a very detailed budget, and we're trying to find areas where we might cut costs, not add costs. We have this $7,000 on the table, which is suggested in this budget, and I think we should go with it. I understand Councillor Vane's passion for the Welcome Center, and I think that let's walk before we run, and I think we should look at this in a little more detail, as Councillor Bothwell said and Councillor Fardy said. I think we should go with the $7,000 and just move forward from here. And I'm sure that when someone comes into the Welcome Centre, they don't discourage them from coming to Grimsby. I'm sure that even if we don't have anyone there, whoever is there is going to recommend somebody somewhere in the Niagara region for them to go, to eat, to go to wineries or whatever the case might be. I don't think they're going to be discouraged from coming to Grimsby. When they come to the Welcome Centre, they're already in Grimsby, so I assume we're going to get some spin-off just from that alone. And as I said, I wasn't a big believer in the Welcome Centre in the beginning, but I've changed my mind, and I think that right now, I think the $7,000 is good, and I think it's for us, from a fiscally responsible council, I think we need to go with that and not add more money to this budget. So that's my thoughts. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Frake. I'll just weigh my 2 cents in here as well. I think this is a budget that staff can be commended at, and I echo Councillor Frake and Councillor Bothwell that I'm not prepared to go up in our budget, and I'm not prepared to actually open more questions than answers right now. With Brian Purdy has a plan in place. He probably has rented this space out. He probably has a contract signed. So let's leave it the way it is right now for simplicity's sake. And I think there's going to be an opportunity again to get into that Welcome Centre. It's not ever been, in my knowledge, at 100% capacity for renting. So there always are units opening up, or we'd be able to work with them if we wanted back in. I think we'd be welcome back in open arms. So I'll read the first one. I'm not prepared to support it either, and then we can vote on the $7,000 one later if this one doesn't pass. Without any further questions, moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Dunsall. Resolved that the Welcome Centre budget be increased to $40,000. All in favor? Opposed? So that's defeated. Now for the original motion, we need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Frake, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Welcome Centre for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have the library Wi-Fi hotspot. Catherine, welcome. And any questions?
Yeah, great idea.
Councillor Frake?
Thank you. Can't let you go away scot-free. Will this particular investment bring some revenue, more revenue to the library?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it won't bring revenue to the library. We would be purchasing the hotspots. The $5,000 is to cover that, as well as the data charges. So we would loan out the hotspots for 1 week to people who have library cards. So I encourage everyone to get a library card. And then they would bring it back and someone else would be able to use it.
Is there an opportunity to make some money here? Or I know it's difficult for the library to make money, but is there any opportunity?
I mean, really, we're lending the materials to everyone in the community. We're trying to break down barriers. We're trying to give further access to people who don't have internet at home, and so we would be offering this for free to everyone who has a library card.
I think the library is a fantastic place to be. So I do support it, by the way.
I think it's a great cost-effective way to increase accessibility to the internet. It really should be free for everyone, in my opinion, but Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. To Catherine, how many hotspots would we be getting?
Currently, with this amount of money, we would be purchasing 5 hotspots.
Councillor Bothwell?
It's an initiative that a lot of libraries are now embracing, and this is a very small number of hotspots considering our population, I would think. And maybe you can give us a bit of overview if you know local municipalities around us who else might be participating in this. And I think it's just an awesome initiative, and I think part of what this rollout is covered by grants from a service organization is helping as well to subsidize it. So I think that the library is working very hard with with all these opportunities they have to help support these initiatives, and is asking a very, very small amount from council. I would have liked to see additional hotspots because I think the more opportunity we can give for accessibility to people who struggle, and it's a huge bill to pay. A data charge, a cell phone or a Wi-Fi charge to have that connectivity at home. So I appreciate that this is coming forward. But if you can let me know how many others around us might be doing.
There are many libraries in Ontario who have already started a Wi-Fi loaning program, and they've been very popular. And yes, we're starting off with just 5 right now. Hopefully, if it's successful, which I expect that it will be, we'll be able to purchase further Wi-Fi hotspots and to be able to expand the program.
Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. I just want to say I think it's a great initiative. There's not many things that we can do that are sort of great equalizers, and this does allow people who can't afford internet to be able to have access to it, even if it's for a brief period, but it's kids maybe working on a project so they can do it at home. So I just want to applaud the initiative. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think it's a great initiative, great program too. Will people on the mountain be able to, because if there's no Wi-Fi, or will people on the mountain be able to take that? Sorry, there's no laptop in front of me, so you're getting this from a dinosaur. But my question is, can people on the mountain take it and take it home, or would they be able to use it?
Certainly anyone can borrow it and take it home. It does run on the Bell Mobility Network, so it is quite possible that there will be parts of town that it may have better connectivity than others. But, it's available for everyone to borrow.
Councillor Sharp?
I just have one comment, and it's hypothetical, but say there's a group, volunteer, charity group in town doing something on an outreach type of thing. Maybe they're at one of the parks, right, and they want to have a sign-up list, or they want to show something. You could borrow via the library, provided that you have a library card. One of your members could borrow a Wi-Fi hotspot, and you could head up to Southwood Park, and you could use it for your registration, or to show a video, or there's a million different things that you may want to do. Maybe you have, I don't want to go into the millions of possibilities, but people might want to use it for those kind of causes too. So, and at the amount that this is going to cost, I think it's a good idea.
All right.
Certainly, sorry, just to answer that question, yes, anyone in the community can borrow it, and certainly we plan on using these units ourselves when we're out in the community doing outreach activities, so others would be able to do the same.
Great, I think it's an excellent initiative. Need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the library Wi-Fi hotspot for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Next up, we have upgrades to our council chambers. Philip. Any questions for Philip? Councillor Frank?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I total the two numbers together. It's with the live streaming and the facilities upgrades, we're talking $105,000, over $105,000. is there, again, in looking for somewhere where we can cut something, is this something we can do in two different pieces, or can we, I mean, is this something we have to have this year? It's a question I'm asking everybody at council more than anyone else. Is this something we can defer to next year? Or can we do it in two different pieces to lessen the burden? I mean, we're doing okay as we are. I mean, I don't think we're suffering too much, but it's just an opportunity, I think, where we might be able to impact the budget positively by taking some of this out. Anyways, I just opened up for discussion. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Philip, comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it can be deferred should council choose to. There are programming components in the budget that's requested there that include new features that build on the live streaming that you've already that's already been implemented, including things like speaker queuing, timing notification. So certainly those new features can be deferred. They're additional items. There's a component there for live streaming of a staff table. We don't have that now. So certainly.
Councillor Bain?
Every time we try to cut something, just add another 10% or more to it next year when we go to buy it. So I get the idea. Politically, it looks good to cut the budget. Realistically, I think it's a mistake. So that's just my opinion.
Councillor Sharp?
I have in part a comment and in part, oh, they're both comments, but so Philip and Sarah and whoever's responsible for this staff arrangement here, I think it looks great, and I think that we've done this before where it was a long line of tables across here with their backs to the audience with chairs in the normal, and I think that that this setup looks good, and I think that if we're moving, since we're moving to committee of the whole, and we're going to have more staff present during and before our council meetings or during our committee of the whole, I think that having another camera pointing down on staff and like having our directors present and the people necessary to answer the questions that we have to us while we make our decisions and to the public while they watch online. I think that that's a good initiative.
Councillor or CAO Schlang?
The only thing I wanted council to consider is that it isn't just about staff tables. It's also new chairs for everyone. We're also looking at a regional chair tape, make sure the regional councillor has provisions. And the only thing that I would want council to consider, and it is your choice, is that we're trying to smooth out your tax increases. And by just deferring next year, it makes it bigger next year, and you're right about more cost. So, it's needed. You don't have your own speakers. The clerk can't speak, it has to go through the speaker. We're not operating. The last time you've done an upgrade here was in 2011. So it's just something for you to consider. It isn't just about staff tables. It's about, with more meetings, committee of the whole, I think it needs to be more professional setup.
Councillor Vardy, then Councillor Cadwell.
I just keep coming back to what can we afford? We're looking at this 18.6. We're not prioritizing anything. I mean, everything in the budget are really great, wonderful things. And sure, I'm tired of sitting on a broken chair. But all things considered, what's most important? Well, this isn't it. And I just feel like we've got to make some reductions somewhere. So that's my comment.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you to Philip. So a lot of these, and there's been a lot of great things happening here. We've really stepped up from past times. So a lot of these things that you're doing will also help the community more engaged to how we do our business too, right? It's, it's just like it's like reaching out more to the community, but with regards to the live streaming, and it just, to me, it'll make things better for us and the community. So I support this. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Again, I'm sort of on the same page as Councillor Vardy in that I think we have to look at what's going to give us the most immediate benefit to the community. And right now, we did just install the new systems in here, and these are some added features that would be nice to have. But I think we could, we can continue as we are, and it's $100,000 that I'm not willing to spend on council improvements at this point. I think it's something that we're very new with the new stuff that we've got in place, and we can see how we are next year.
Seeing no further questions, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Bain, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that council chambers for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's 4-4. All against? I guess that is defeated. Up next, we have council facility upgrades, the capital improvements. Yeah.
Are those two part and parcel of each other? Can we do them separately?
Yeah, this portion is the chairs and the extension of the council.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we actually do that, can we do one without the other, or is it going to cause yeah? All right, so I just didn't know if the technology needed was going to cause a problem. I just want to make sure before we vote on anything. So I need to move questions or comments, Councillor Frake?
I will support this part of it. We sit here for a lot of hours, and sometimes we're down on the floor, and sometimes we're up here, and I don't know whether the camera gets to see us all the time or not. But anyways, yeah, I think we do need new chairs, and if we can segregate this out and include the microphones, and the microphones will include what, Phillips? Can I ask you that question?
No, we can't.
The microphones
we
piece.
can't go back to that.
Oh, the microphones was the first one. We just strike that. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Bain, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the council facility upgrades for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have.
Before we move on, can I just have a clarification?
Sure, Councillor Frake.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in facilities upgrades, right now we have $35,800 for chairs and microphones.
No, chairs and tables.
Well, it says tables and panels, including chairs and microphones. That's what I'm reading on here.
Those microphones are just for the staff table.
So that's off now. That's out of here.
That's on.
It's still in
That's
there?
on.
Okay, all right, I just want to clarify that.
That's
Okay,
good then. We
yeah.
got some type
yeah,
of-
okay, that's good, okay, you've clarified it, thanks.
All right, moving on. Downtown parking study. Councillor Bain?
I find this one particularly interesting, $100,000 to study the downtown. I'll tell you what, I'll save us $100,000. We need to go up if we're going to build any more parking. There's nowhere else to go. So I don't know quite why we're spending $100,000 when we have whatever parking is available. We've got parking behind the buildings. If you want to add more parking, you're going to have to. Now, we did redesign the one parking lot behind the Ontario Service Center. We redesigned it. I believe planning was involved in that, and they made it into like 14 spots instead of 6. So, I mean, I don't think we need to spend $100,000 when we could have our own staff go out and take a look at what changes we can make, but there's nothing to add. Just my thoughts.
Councillor Bothwell, then Councillor Sharp.
The minutes of the planning meetings will explain the staff report on that request for the parking study, and that they felt that it would need to go to a consultant. The reason it came forward was because of the pressures in the downtown with regards to development, and the potential for losing public parking as a result of that, or needing to have increased public parking because of the increased commercial space that's coming in the downtown. There's additional pressures and redevelopments that are potential that will significantly impact the available parking. The last parking study I believe that was done was the 1995 Delcan study, if anybody remembers the Delcan study from the Livingston Extension study and blah, blah, blah. So it's quite some time since the parking has been studied in the downtown. So it seemed timely to ensure that we are providing enough for the residents and the tourists that come into town through the wayfinding to find that parking. We need to have that parking. But to go a little step further now, as I said initially, was the replacement CHL that we were looking at was for the Main Street downtown for phase 2, which is next fiscal. And that phase 2 CHL or Heritage Conservation District could encompass a component of the parking requirements. So what I'd suggest is that I don't see a problem with deferring this to next year, and then in consideration with the phase 2 of that Cultural Heritage Landscape Heritage Conservation District study that's being done, because those two are interconnected, and they're both important, and I think it can feed into that Heritage Conservation District study that is proposed for the continuation of Main Street. So I have no problem with deferring it, but I think people need to understand that there was a staff report done on this, and that it was recommended that we do need to probably update it.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just want to clarify the terms, and so I think, on the same lines as Councillor Bothwell, then, our parking can be incorporated or done in concert with part 2 of the Main Street study. But I think that the word defer, I think we need to defeat this and not defer it.
Councillor Frake?
I concur with both Councillor Sharp and Bothwell and Councillor Vane. There's not that many parking spots downtown. We can go down and count them tonight if you like. I believe this emanated from the DeSantis presentation going back last year when we thought we'd do our own study on the downtown parking because they brought their own experts in. But this is certainly something we don't need to do this year. And I agree we should probably just defeat this one and look at it again next year if we need to. And I still find that $100,000 to do a parking survey downtown is a bit over the top. So I will definitely not vote for that.
Thank you, Councillor Frake. Any further comments? Yeah, I just think that adding it to the Main Street study for a component next year makes most sense. So we need a mover and seconder.
I move it.
Moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the downtown parking study for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor?
Sorry,
Opposed?
Working on other numbers here. There we go.
All right, that is defeated.
That's how much we've saved.
All right, the Main Street East study. Councillor Bain?
If I recall correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we killed a secondary hospital plan study, which I thought was identical to this. That was going to cost us $50,000. We decided it wasn't needed. Now we're going to spend $100,000. I think that before I would consider approving this, I would go back to the region if we're going to seriously do this. Like, I don't have a problem with the study itself, but I would like to go back to the region first to see if they'd be willing to reconsider and re-support part of what we're doing here. But I don't agree with spending $100,000 of our own money when we could have got away with doing it at $50,000 before. Just my opinion.
I think they're, for clarification, they're two completely different studies. Councillor Bothwell?
They are. The secondary plan was under the Planning Act. It was a land use planning study. This cultural heritage landscapes and heritage conservation districts are under the Ontario Heritage Act. There's a different, totally different context to it. And it's being brought forward in the sense that our official plan clearly outlines that we have to protect properties of heritage value or interest in our culture, and we have a number of different sections in the official plan that refer to that. There's actually even language specifically to encouraging the creation and support of heritage conservation districts and CHLs within our official plan. In section 8.10, a heritage conservation district may be identified to hold cultural heritage value or interest where some or all the following characters have been identified. And it goes into detail about what those are. But what this does is provide additional protections to our significant buildings and properties and landscapes of heritage and cultural value. Cultural heritage landscapes, 39 of them have already been identified in 2015 as being a priority for the town to advance through the official plan. They weren't acted on. This Heritage Committee is now saying we need to act on that and start to protect our heritage. Our strategic priorities clearly identified that as a primary objective, and number 5 is one of them on protecting heritage. So we have to start, if we're going to say that this is something that we believe in and it's a strategic priority, we have to put the money there in order to do it. And we have to show the community that we are committed to protecting that heritage that's so important to them. So the Heritage Conservation District, it's not just the CHL, so the study would encompass the potential for it to be a Heritage Conservation District, which is more than just one property. Cultural heritage landscapes are an overview but don't offer the same protection. Designation under Part 4 of the Heritage Act protects individual properties like the Burgess House or the Nels Manor or the Stone House. So those are ways that we individually protect designated properties, but a Heritage Conservation District protects the whole area in a sense that it provides for better guidelines on development, better guidelines on what we'd like to see in the urban fabric and how that all transpires. It's a much stronger tool that we have in order to put those protections in place. If we need to move forward with this now because of those pressures that we have in town on development and on, we're losing piece by piece that fabric along Main Street. You get one property that is redeveloped around it and slowly it becomes the adjacent properties are now infill, and then it becomes what is the character of that neighborhood, and you're losing it. So we have to protect the whole end from east to west, and the Heritage Committee's thought was that what we do this is in 3 phases because it is a large amount of work to put this into the official plan and to follow through on all the public consultation that's required to do it. It's not something we just do. It involves the entire community and a lot of public engagement. So sectioning it into Main Street East was the first component. And then moving to the downtown in phase 2 next year, and then phase 3 Main Street West. The Save Main Street group and a few other community organizations, and we've received many emails from community-minded people that want us to protect this area. If we don't put our priorities where we say they are, then we are going to lose. We can't do a piece by piece. We have to do the whole Main Street, and we have to protect it. And this is one way to show that our official plan, where we state heritage is important, we have the language on creating these heritage conservation districts. Now we have the research that was done by previous heritage committees in 2015 saying, move forward with this. This is the way that we can do that. We're not unique. We don't have any heritage conservation districts. You look at the list of them on the Heritage Sport and Tourism website, and there's a lot of small communities that have embraced this as part of their identity. Coburg, Goderich Main Street, Oakville has a number of them, Prince Edward County. So this is the way that those small communities have found a way to maintain their identity and to protect their culture and heritage. We're way behind the 8 ball on this one. This is not a lot of money to do something that's going to be long-term identity for the town. So that was my spiel. I can give more background on why we need to do this if anyone has any other questions, but.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Do we need a clarification on this study or from staff or?
Sorry, we missed the question.
Sorry. Just wondered if we need a clarification on Councillor Bothwell, if she's completely correct on what study we're talking about. I know it's the heritage study for Main Street East, but.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. The cultural heritage landscape or heritage conservation district are two different things. One is heritage conservation district is a designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. It covers a larger area instead of a single property like we've designated other properties in the past in Grimsby. So there are 20 to 30 designations of individual properties already in Grimsby. What a cultural or heritage cultural heritage, getting them confused again. Heritage Conservation District is a designation of a broader area. All of Main Street East is a very large area. I don't know if there are too many communities in Ontario that would have areas that are that expansive. However, it's something that would be considered. And again, that doesn't necessarily mean that every property along that stretch would be designated, right? So that's something that a heritage planning consultant would work through when hired in consulting the public to determine what the valuable components of the Main Street landscape are. Cultural heritage landscape is something different. It's cultural heritage landscape is basically the landscape that's been altered by man. And like, I'll give you an example, say orchards along Highway 8. That could be considered a cultural heritage landscape as an example. So it doesn't necessarily mean buildings or anything like that. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is there may be large sections of Main Street East, if it's studied, that may not warrant a designation because of the built form that's there currently, right? So I don't know if that answers all the questions that you might have had.
Councillor Bothwell, follow?
Yeah, so I think it's just important that when we look at this motion, that it's not just, what happened was the Heritage Committee looked at cultural heritage landscapes, but it didn't preclude heritage conservation districts. And the study needs to incorporate which is more appropriate for the area. And I think that we want to make sure that that's included, that the study can encapsulate both the heritage conservation district or cultural heritage landscape.
Yeah.
But I got to ask Walter a question, because what I'm concerned about is there's a hospital being built there and we want employment opportunities around that hospital. Will this restrict that, this type of study?
It could potentially, depending on the conclusions of the study and what council ultimately determines is necessary for designation.
But it's more likely to, it would only be a designated heritage area. The parts of the area that are no longer heritage would not be affected by the study naturally, right?
Through you, Mayor, the entire area would be studied. The conclusions of the study would make recommendations to council to determine what should or shouldn't be designated as a heritage conservation district, if that's the direction that council wishes to go, or if, say, official plan policies would be appropriate to recognize a cultural heritage landscape as an example, as opposed to, so one is a Heritage Act study and the other is more of a Planning Act study.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I've had some discussions with members from the community about this, and I'm also on the planning committee. And so what I think would be good about having this a heritage study in whichever form that it comes is that I'd like to see the areas that can be redeveloped to be redeveloped in a manner that respects the heritage. So specifically, I like more stone and brick material used. I like to see less glass and aluminum and stucco, right? And the wood or wood looking materials and different styles that, so when you're driving down Main Street, it's not like, you know, heritage home, 6-story glass and stucco, and then heritage home, 2-story stucco optometrist, and then, you know, heritage. And so I don't want to prevent the redevelopment of properties on Main Street East. I just want them to suit Main Street East. And so to have a study in there, like if you, I mean, it may preclude some business. Like if you want to put in a nightclub, right? I mean, it might not be, the heritage study might say like, that's not an appropriate, or you may be precluded from doing certain things. And I'm sure there comes some time for council to approve or not approve that too. So what I'd like to see is some money in the budget for it. And so I will support it.
Just right now, because we're getting close to 11 and you might speak longer, but moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor Sharp, resolved that council waive the rules of procedure to go past the 11 p.m. curfew. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Vane.
I think there's been a large number of questions here. First of all, we're already doing a study on the beach, which I think we're committed 100,000 already for. I think when I think of the East End, there's a lot of new development going in there too. So we're going to be doing some patchwork here. I would like to see the staff, I would rather see this go back to staff and have this deferred to next year. I mean, we're already doing Grimsby Beach. So I personally would like to see that, is that we bring it back for next year and let staff figure out whether it's even worth doing that whole area. Do we need to spend $100,000 to go buy a bunch of new homes and say, no, they don't fit in here? So I think it's a little premature for this study. And plus the fact we had the Grimsby Beach one.
Councillor Dunstall, then Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. A question, to what extent is this going on Main Street East? When we had the hospital corridor secondary plan, there was specific streets marked out. I think it was 3 or 4 blocks. If I look along Main Street East, I see the Orchard View Plaza, I see Shoppers, I see a new dentist office, I see a Kohl's florist. A lot of things have already happened along Main Street East, and I'm trying to understand what we're trying to accomplish here. Are we trying to take empty lots that are going to be redeveloped and turn it into heritage features. We've got this hospital coming, and that was part of the hospital corridor secondary plan, was to offer some commercial along that small stretch of Main Street East to provide employment ancillaries to the hospital. And I look at the pictures of the hospital, and they sure don't look like heritage to me. That's a sharp, brand new, modern hospital that we want to put right in the middle of our town. And do we realize if we get this hospital, we're one of the smallest communities to have a hospital that large, and to add to the hospital by improving the commercial amenities along Main Street East was the whole idea with the hospital corridor secondary plan. And here now we're looking at a cultural heritage landscape, or are we looking at a heritage district? It's really confusing, and I just don't quite understand what we're trying to protect, because I don't know anybody that's trying to tear down any heritage homes right now. And if we're trying to create more heritage, let's say that's what we want to create. More heritage along Main Street East, but what about all our commercial businesses that are there now? And what are we doing about the hospital? Yeah. I'd rather defer this to until we can get a better fix on what section of Main Street East we're going to do and why we're doing it. And maybe staff could report back, but I'm just not comfortable with this the way it is.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we all ran on responsible development, and that's why we all got elected. And Main Street East, Main Street East is under significant pressure with 133 Main Street. That has been a huge concern for people in Ward 2. Councillor Cadwell and I spoke to a group of residents at the Legion who were very concerned about what was being built there. We know that Coles is going to sell at some point, and there'll be development there. We know that DeSantis is proposing like 5.5 stories at the corner of Main and Nellis. And we know that the traffic can't even handle that, and they're looking at, units of less than just over 400 square feet, and this is not sort of in keeping with what we have on Main Street. And before, all this development takes place, I think we need to look at how do we protect that area. It is a huge concern for residents in the area. I can tell you that this study alone, I've had over probably 60 emails from residents saying that we need to pass this. And Dave and I both committed publicly at the Legion that we would give our support to this because it's so important. And in terms of, doing this study doesn't preclude us from doing any kind of commercial development. And if anything, it helps us define the kind of commercial development that we want. Now, as I understood, the secondary plan that was originally put out that we collectively, or most of us voted against, was because the secondary plan had a starting point of I think mixed use or mid-density, whatever. So it meant that 4 stories would have been okay, and then of course developers would try to negotiate for 6 and 8. And when I remember asking quite clearly, could we change the terms of reference of that study, so that we're not looking at 4 stories and above? And they said no. Well, if we can't change the terms of reference, I mean, the study would have locked us into something that, okay. The study would have locked us into something that, in a direction we knew we didn't want to go. So, I'm listening to the the residents, and I've heard not just from people in Ward 2, but from other parts of the city that are quite concerned about this, and that we need to move forward with this Heritage Conservation District in order to find ways to at least protect the area. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I look at this, I don't think it incorporates enough myself. So I wrote down some things here. I think that this study needs to guide public and private investment. I think it needs to promote a desired type of form and physical development in a specific area, being Main Street East. It'll help establish local development policies unique to the area that will guide growth and change in that area. And it'll adopt and implement the objectives, policies, land use designation, and overall planning approach of the city's official plan to fit with a local context. So I think this study here needs to encompass all those things. When I look at Main Street East, a large portion of it is in our ward. You know what? So if we have an ability to guide public and private investment, especially going out to where the high school is, I think that the study needs to incorporate all those things. And one of the things with this is I took this from the definition of a secondary plan. That's where I got all those statements from. So I would like to see us, if we're going to do this, to incorporate all of these things into this study.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Bothwell.
So to address Councillor Ritchie's questions, I would refer all councillors to refer to our official plan and to in-depth read the sections on heritage and heritage conservation districts which are in there, and every point you made is in our official plan as a requirement of the investigation of that, of the heritage conservation district. It says, and I can read the whole thing, but it talks about the town may by bylaw designate a property or district to be of cultural heritage value or interest in accordance with the following process. It goes through a whole process. Prior to the designation of a heritage conservation shall adopt a bylaw, prepare and adopt a plan, hold at least one public meeting. It shall include a statement of the objectives, a statement explaining cultural heritage, description of the attributes, policy statements, guidelines and procedures for achieving the stated objectives, a description of the alterations or classes of alterations, and it should consider the majority of the buildings reflect an aspect of local history, their style. District contains other important physical, environmental aesthetics, the boundaries, special interests. It talks about what should be in there. A couple of key statements in our official plan say, 3.5.2.1, the town may consider the designation of all or part of the downtown district as a heritage conservation district under the Ontario Heritage Act. It says we need to do that. The other section, it says in 8.1.5, the town shall undertake heritage plans and programs in accordance with a system of priorities which were defined by the Heritage Committee. In particular, the following shall be identified as priorities for the town. A, the protection of heritage resources within and adjacent to the downtown district. B, the protection of the Main Street corridor. C, the stimulation of preservation, restoration, rehabilitation, and utilization of heritage resources by the public. And D, selective restoration and rehabilitation of heritage resources. E, reestablishment and enhancement of Grimsby's historic linkages to Lake Ontario, the escarpment in 40 Mile Creek. And F, recognition and enhancement of the special character of Grimsby Beach. We have the language in our official plan that says this is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. This is the beginning of that road. We keep, it's in our official plan. I just can't understand why, if we read our official plan and we're putting it as our strategic priority, we're not putting our focus where that is. Because that's what it says.
Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I've listened to everybody, and as Councillor Vardy mentioned, I think most of my data has been used up on emails, from the residents. And I think it's very important that we look at what we have on our main street, what's there now, and to get the right vision to what we want it to look like in the future. I think we need some help. I think that help would be the study. So I will be supporting the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Sharp.
I just had one thing to add. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So we're in the budget process right now. So this is like we're allocating what money we have for which things, right? So what we're talking about right now is like, how do we spend the money? Who do we hire, right? And how do we write the terms of reference? And these things will happen at the committee of the whole, or formerly would have happened at planning. So what we're doing right now, I mean, not to act like I know it all, but what I'm seeing from this is that we're determining how much money we're going to budget for the year's expenses. And this Main Street East study, which is vague, we will eventually determine what type of study. It's a matter of having or not having money in the budget for it. And so I would encourage that while we each have opinions that may vary, that will be ironed out later, whether it's a secondary plan or a cultural heritage landscape or a cultural heritage district, will happen in the year 2020. Well, I guess it's currently the year 2020, but I will support the budget item for this. And I encourage my colleagues as well.
Councillor Ritchie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just get clarification that that's what the study will be determined later on, what will encompass?
Sorry, I can read the resolution if you want. Resolve the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study for the 2020 budget be approved.
A friendly amendment to add or a heritage conservation district, because we want both of them to be considered.
To further what I was saying, I mean, you could put a line item in saying lunch, right? And we could have McDonald's, or we could have Harvey's, or we could have a steak dinner, right? But like, the budget will include a certain amount, and then we have to stay within that budget, right? So lunch can be up to council.
Can I call the question?
Amendment? Yep, amendment.
Pardon me?
I'd like to make an amendment.
Councillor Ritchie?
That it's for, that we call it a Main Street East study.
Back to the original?
Yeah, I thought the original stated that Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study. I'd just like to call it Main Street East Study.
You can do that. Yeah. That is the original.
Councillor Bothwell?
I don't support that because that leaves it open to secondary plan study again.
Yeah, I'll read the motion again. Resolved that the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study or a Heritage Conservation District Study for the 2020 budget be approved.
Point of inquiry, is that an amended version of the motion? When was it amended?
It was amended by Councillor Bothwell.
So what kind of amendment was that? Was that a friendly amendment, or was that, how was it amended? Or is it just, there's no motion to amend, and when was it amended, was my question.
I think it was to get the words.
Could you read the original motion for me? I'd like to hear the original.
All right, the original that was on here, it's not the same as it's in the budget, but resolve that the Main Street East study for the 2020 budget be approved.
Do you want a motion to amend? You can vote on a motion to amend.
Councillor Sharp.
So when it'll come to a decision of council, what type of study we have, and whether or not any specific members right now at the budget process are concerned about the future decision of council. The current decision of council will be to include an item in the budget or not to include an item in the budget. And so to amend the budget line item, so I'm an estimator, I write budgets for a living, and you know, like I said about lunch, right? Or like you say, we got a budget amount for flooring, right? What kind of flooring you get depends. You might hire a different guy to do it. It might cost you less. So it is too specific. We have an item in here and the original motion, and I think that to fine tune the original motion, that happens later.
All right, what we can do is we can ask for a mover and seconder on a motion to amend, and we can have that wording.
Can we
And
call the
vote on
original
that.
question?
It should be worded in the presentation, which it's not.
Yeah, I think correct wording would this resolution should be worded as it was in the budget presentation.
The Main Street East study.
Let's see what it says here.
Because that's just expanding on it. That's like the main concern.
So is that what this means?
Yeah, that would incorporate all that, yeah.
All right.
We call the original motion, Mayor?
Yeah. Yeah, so the original motion says resolve that the Main Street East study for the 2020 budget be approved. Councillor Bothwell?
The presentation clearly calls it a Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study. It didn't say Main Street East Study, and that's, the words have been removed. This is not the wording from the presentation or from the budget. The budget, every item in the budget refers to it as a Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study, not as a Main Street East Study. So I think by removing those key words, we're removing the intent. And the intent is a cultural heritage landscape study, and cultural heritage landscapes can encompass a heritage conservation district.
I just wanted to say she's correct in the presentation. We did call it that. We just short formed it here.
All right.
I just have,
Incorporate the district study.
no, I just
All
have
right,
a question.
Just that we're clear, it should be worded the way it was in the presentation.
Okay, we'd like to call the original question, please. For
Yep.
the original motion. Sorry.
So we need a mover.
So then, that's where I wanted to come forward with my amendment to call it the Main Street East Study.
Okay, so. Councillor.
I'm going to go with my amendment, which was first, which was cultural heritage landscape or heritage conservation district study. No, it's not.
All right,
I'll second Dorothy's amendment.
all right, so we'll put that one on.
So if you can read that and
All right.
ask for a motion to amend.
Read which?
The cultural heritage landscapes.
Okay. Resolve that the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study for the 2020 budget be approved.
What happened to the original motion?
Wait, and then
That's-
ask for the motion to amend.
That's for a motion to amend.
Is there a motion to amend?
Is there a motion to
You just
amend
said
to
there
that?
was, you just said the original motion said called it for Main Street East study.
Yes.
No, I'm not looking at the presentation, I'm calling on the motion.
Yeah, and we're asking to amend to that.
Okay, so you're not gonna call the original motion?
That was the original motion.
I thought that was amended, I thought the original motion said, Council,
Yeah, the clerk's gonna clarify.
So the original motion is resolved that the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study for the 2020 budget be approved. If there's any motion to amend this, that can be brought right now.
okay, what is the motion to amend standing then?
Well, someone needs to bring that motion with the amendment.
Got it.
So do I bring the motion to amend then to add or heritage conservation district? I would wish to bring that. Okay, I would like to bring that to amendment to the original motion, please.
All right, moved by Councillor Bothwell, seconded by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Main Street, or do I?
Oh, the motion to amend.
Or this is the motion to amend.
Could I get a point of clarification? So if we turn down this amendment, it goes back to the original motion, which then I can also put a amendment in to have a Main Street East study, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Bothwell. This is for the amendment.
For the amendment?
Yes. Okay, this is a recorded vote to vote on the amendment, moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Councillor Bothwell. This is a motion to amend to add the Heritage Conservation District study.
It's to word that the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape or Heritage
Or, yes.
Conservation District study.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
There's been a recorded vote.
Sorry?
Oh,
Oh, you vote? Yay. Is this a motion? Yeah,
This is
so,
just
right.
motion to amend. Yeah, we can discuss it after motion. No, we do this first and then once it's
What's that?
amended, then we can discuss.
Right.
Yeah.
If the amendment's successful, then we discuss. Councillor Dunstall?
Sorry, nay.
Councillor Frake?
Yay.
Councillor Cadwell?
Nay.
Councillor Ritchie?
How about that?
Nay.
Councillor Sharp?
Nay.
Councillor Bain?
Nay.
Councillor Cadwell, you have a question?
I apologize, Mayor. I just, I'm voting, I want to vote on the Main Street East Cultural Heritage and District Landscape. Is that what we're voting on now? Okay.
The amendment, which
The amendment.
It's the amendment which includes that.
Yeah, okay. Yay. Yay.
Yay?
I know.
Councillor Vardy?
It's been a long night.
Yes. And I vote yay. So
Yay.
that amendment,
It's been amended to that, so now you can read that out with
Alright.
the amendment.
all right. So moved by Councillor Bothwell. Second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Main Street East Cultural Heritage Landscape Study or a Heritage Conservation District Study for the 2020 budget be approved. All in favor? That's carried.
Carrie, there's only 4 votes.
Okay. In favor?
Do a recorded vote, please.
All right.
Okay, guys, I mean, we're getting a little bit out of, so what's going on here? We're approving a line item in the budget, all right? So this is not, we aren't approving a cultural heritage landscape. We're approving $100,000 to go in the budget. Later, we will have to issue, so this, if we say cultural heritage landscape, or if we say cultural heritage district, it will come to a point where we have to actually make a study, and we have to issue an RFP, and we have to have the terms of reference. We are not deciding right now which study to do. We're deciding right now whether or not we include $100,000 in here, right? So if Mr. Ritchie wants a secondary plan and Councillor Bothwell wants
I think we're gonna vote now.
so please don't vote against this because you don't agree with the specific type of study.
This is a point
Vote
of order.
for it.
Point of order. Come on.
You cannot solicit a yea or nay. It's totally out of the code of conduct. Councillor Bothwell?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the motion?
Yes. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Main Street East cultural heritage landscape study or a heritage conservation district study for the 2020 budget be approved.
Yay.
Councillor Dunstall?
Nay.
Councillor Frake?
Yay.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yay.
Councillor Ritchie?
Nay.
Councillor Sharp?
Yay.
Councillor Vane?
Nay.
Councillor Vardy?
Yay.
And I vote yay. So that is carried. Up next, where are we? All right, Stephen.
Thank you. I just want to provide an update then now on where we stand with the budget. So the levy increase now as it stands is 16.70%, down from 18.45. That's a combined tax impact of 4.68%. The town portion, the increase on the average assessment goes from $190 to $172 for a total of $352, which includes the region. So what we'll do is we're going to reconfirm these numbers, and we will bring at the next council meeting the proper budget bylaw to council for formal adoption. I believe there's a couple other motions that need to be addressed as well regarding the water and sewer budgets.
Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frey. Second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frey, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the water operating budget with an increase of 6.5% be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Next, we need a mover and a seconder for the operating budget for sewer. Councillor Dunstall and Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the sewer operating budget with an increase of 4.51% be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw number 20-18 and that be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw.
Did we miss shoreline protection?
It's in the capital budget.
Okay, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 20-18 read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and the town clerk do sign and seal the same. Any rule to the council contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried. Meeting is adjourned.
Good job, folks. Good job.
Good work, everyone.